Oh, hello there. Are you writers? Well, I hope you have your pencils sharpened, your pens filled with ink, and you've stretched out your fingers so they're nimble on the keyboard. Because I Should Be Writing will be starting at noon Pacific time sharp. See you there. Oh my gosh, I am so excited. Why? Because I Should Be Writing will be starting soon. Get ready. I can feel it. In my little felt heart. I Should Be Writing will be starting very soon. Derek will be live. Get your ideas ready. I see there's a digital writer's room that's going to happen too. Can't wait for you to be a part of it. Sharpen your pencils. Sharpen your mind. I Should Be Writing will begin soon. Look at you, out there, online, being writers. I'm so excited for you. I hope you're ready for the rest of your writing day. I'll see you on the stream. Oh my gosh, I am so excited. Why? Because I Should Be Writing will be starting soon. Get ready. Oh, hello there. Are you writers? Well, I hope you have your pencil sharpened, your pens filled with ink, and you've stretched out your fingers so they're nimble on the keyboard. Because I Should Be Writing will be starting at noon Pacific time sharp. See you there. Oh my gosh, I am so excited. Why? Because I Should Be Writing will be starting soon. Get ready. I can feel it. In my little felt heart. I Should Be Writing will be starting very soon. Derek will be live. Get your ideas ready. I see there's a digital writer's room that's going to happen too. Can't wait for you to be a part of it.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to I Should Be Writing. I'm Derek Nicola. I am a writer and producer out here in Los Angeles, California, and today I have a little live writing stream planned for everybody. We're going to do some creative free writing. We're going to do some novel editing. We are going to have a digital writer's room, and based on last week, I think we're at a good stopping point. Excuse me. I think we're at a good stopping point, so I think we could start a brand new one today with some fresh ideas and a brand new concept. Okay, so with that being said, you might notice a little bit of a different setup. Got a cool microphone, and also that allows me to have a different camera setup, which allows me to point my other camera at Sugar here. So we have the Sugar cam. She is sitting up, attentive, waiting. Let me see. There we go. That's her beautiful face there. Just waiting for little sweet potato treats, like the one I just handed her. And me Alpha, thank you for my dancing dinosaur. Always with the stream booth. Thank you, me Alpha. It always gets me pumped. I appreciate you being here, giving me my little dances. Also, I'm going to start off today with a little writer's fuel. This is a mug that is actually a stack of books. It's hand painted, a gift from a mama, and I think what an appropriate way to start a creative session by drinking caffeine straight out of a stack of books. Hard to get more writerly than that. And let's see here. Let's check the chat, see who's in. Bobicus! Yeah, Bobicus with the Dino Dance. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Happy to have you here and back. I remember you kind of came in towards the last half of the last stream. So thanks for coming back. I appreciate it. And let's see who else. Anybody else? We have the Alpha Bobicus. Me and Stream Elements. Fantastic. Well, today I did want to try a little something different. I wanted to do a little free writing. Let me go ahead and adjust I'm going to make some adjustments here. I have new things to work with, and I want to make sure my Sugar cam stays on. So, brief pause while I make sure this is looking awesome. There we go. There it is. Okay. Just a few more moments. sure I get the chat up, the lovely chat. Put that there. And finally, my pages document, which will be my free writing document. There it is. Okay. It's all coming together slowly but surely. Excusez-moi. Free writing is basically just allowing yourself to write in the moment without judgment. Put this behind, actually. I know sugar might be, according to internet statistics, more important than the actual writing work itself. I don't know. Maybe there's a happy medium. And then we have this, which okay, this might be a little sloppy, but if it is, let me know. But here we are. We have, oh, it is a little sloppy for sure. Un momento. Let's get this out of the way. Okay. There we go, there we go. So here we have our screen. Chat on the right, free writing box on the left. Sugar has left the building, so maybe I can minimize her stardom, create a little bit more space here. Yeah. Maybe even a little bit more since the starlet has left the building. Okay. I think that's better, right? I'm happy with this setup. Thanks for waiting. Okay, so with the free writing, y'all, we have to just kind of get into a creative state of mind, right? So our day is filled with a bunch of BS, and most of the time when we wake up and we're going about our day, we're kind of in that alpha wave brain state of problem solving and trying to find solutions to those said problems, and we're using our logical brain, right? But what we need to do is kind of try and find our way into the flow state. You know, Brene Brown talks about it. Sometimes she had that analogy of like driving her car, and a creative thought pops into her head, and she basically talks to it, and she's like, if you want me to be the person to write this, come back to me later, but right now I'm driving, right? Those things where we have a great idea in the moment, but maybe we don't have our notes app handy or a piece of paper and pen. Those little delicious thoughts, we're trying to get to those. We're trying to open up ourselves to those, and one of the best ways to do that is to really write without thinking. I think what I'll end up doing here is if something good, excuse me, if something good does come of this, maybe we'll continue to flesh it out and turn it into a little story, and then who knows, maybe a storytelling series. Am I right? Okay, so there we go. Isn't she beautiful? All right. So with free writing, let's go. Let's just start with automatic writing. I might be quiet for a little bit while I close my eyes and just allow my brain to start channeling words and sentences and ideas. Okay, all right. So maybe next time I'll set a little timer. But yeah, this is a little bit of automatic writing. This is a little bit stream of consciousness. Could be complete junk, but the idea is to kind of like go back through it or read through it. Is there anything good there? And if not, do it again. We always move on. This is just really about opening ourselves up to whatever our brain is willing to serve us. Things that we couldn't think about analytically even if we wanted to. So let's go ahead and give this a read. Ice cream thoughts and champagne dreams. Let alone in the mind of a shark can anyone be anything other than themselves. Who is it? Why not? I say, I say, I say. Don't read into it too much. Read out of it. Is that even possible? I will, I won't. A big bad boy came into the neighborhood and I stared at him directly into his eyes. I say, I say, I say, I can't let you pass, not with that kind of sass. Indeterminate man-child elbowing his way through life, I will not abide. Neither will the neighborhood. Let's band together to take care of business, the business of giving love and kindness and getting you back on our side. The wonderful world of community and support. The neighborly thing to do is to make you more of our neighbor, not against your will, but kill you with kindness so that you have nothing left to fight back with. Exhaust them until they are done. Done with fighting. Soldiers are always called upon to fight other soldiers, so what if there were no more soldiers? Allowance, allowed, and allowance. Reaching, stretching, pulling, tugging. Pick up and don't stop watching. The 11th hour madness can't be stopped. It must be won. It must be finalized in the last strike of the hot iron. Okay, a lot of stuff that doesn't work there. There's some interesting things, right? Like, I don't know why Ice Cream Thoughts and Champagne Dreams is a fun opener that could be applied somewhere. Don't know. But we do have this repetition of I say, I say, I say. It almost makes me think that there's like a little catchphrase. I know that there's that cartoon rooster. I forget his name. That has a big southern drawl that always says, I say, I say, I say. Don't know why, but that just popped into the head. We have, here's a cool phrase. Indeterminate man-child. Indeterminate man-child. Elbowing his way through life. That is a very strong character choice, you know. Maybe there's a story to be had about an indeterminate man-child who, you know, in a descriptive, poetic description of his character is a person who elbows his way through life. Against the neighborhood, you know, one man against the neighborhood. That's an interesting story. How does a neighborhood band together not to fight, but to do the neighborly thing? That's interesting too. You know, conflict doesn't always have to be violent. There is this phrase like, I think, kill them with kindness. But that's not killing somebody. Soldiers are always called upon to fight other soldiers, so what if there were no more soldiers? This kind of has like elements of theme to it, right? Whenever we find our theme stated, an idea to explore. If we fight but we don't have any fighters, one, how do we win our quote-unquote battle? And two, is it even really a fight anymore? Fighting with peace, I guess that means like fighting with reason, empathy, making that the superpower. We have the 11th hour madness can't be stopped. It must be won. It must be finalized in the last strike of the hot iron. Kind of a cool sentence, but I just don't know what it means. There's some good stuff in there. And it's funny what falls out of our brains when we allow it to, right? So maybe if you want to pull up a blank document and do this along with me. And if you don't have anything, if no words are coming to your brain, this works just as well until something comes out, right? We would normally do automatic writing with pen and paper, and it would be scribbledy scratch. It allows our brain a little bit faster process, more time to process, the time between our thoughts and being able to complete a word on paper, as opposed to those of us who are familiar with the keyboard and can type at least fairly fast. Okay. I don't know. Just curious for the people in the room. How did y'all feel about that? Is that something that you guys want to do along with me? Maybe share some of your free writing revelations? I wonder if you would. Babacus or Mealpha. If not, if you want to lurk, happy to have you lurking. Let's do another one and see what comes out. I'm really enjoying it. We'll do this a couple more times maybe. Get the free writing out of us, and then we'll move along to something else. Very good. These are good. Okay. Okay. I'm trying and shake off the last thoughts, clear my mind, and have room for newer thoughts. Okay. Okay. Don't know what this is either, but my mind spit out a story just kind of based on one little character detail. First words that came to my mind were Tiger Pants. Hello to the world, Mr. Tiger Pants, hunting and stalking in the mall, looking for our next love affair, wearing your leather, your fedora, your flare. Auntie M's pretzels have your mouth dry, but the water fountain is nearby. So alone and looking for love in Hot Topic, The Gap, or in the food court above. No one goes to malls anymore, so why are you here, Mr. Tiger Pants? Let the air out of your Camaro's tires and stay home today. Put on some slacks and go to the library. Find a subject you love. Find a hobby. Maybe meet a nice young woman in the lobby. Trying too hard only makes you exhausted. Try too little and you'll get nowhere fast. The perfect in-between. The Latter-day Saint of time. Mr. Tiger Pants, where will you go when everyone else is online? Okay, that was funky. And I imagine it's a man with a poor sense of fashion. Still cruising the mall, if that's something people do. But the malls have been like maybe closed down in this small town. Maybe everybody gets their Amazon boxes shipped door to door. And there's this guy out there. I'll call him viral just because he's got tiger pants on, but looking for love in an abandoned town. Oh, that's kind of nice. I might even an abandoned town, and we have something about like time. Like this guy is clearly like lost in the past or lost in time somewhere. Mr. Tiger Pants. I wonder if that means he has a tiger on his pants, like on his embroidered, like on the cheeks maybe, or if they're like tiger print pants. And if that's the case, maybe he's from the 80s, 1980s, and hair volume high. Hair volume set to high. Just fun little things that you can riff on, like looking back on it. Like, that's a really interesting character. And then you think about, ooh, what if I were to combine some free writing where the indeterminate man-child from above was actually Mr. Tiger Pants, and maybe instead of being aggressive or grumpy or indeterminate, which is a weird way to, describe someone. If we look at the definition of indeterminate, it's not exactly known, established, or defined, right? So we have this non-word, nondescript man-child. But here we have something very descriptive. And the more specific you make your writing, the more interesting it gets. So if we were to make Mr. Tiger Pants being a man-child, stuck in the past, lost in the past, cruising around, and then having like the neighborhood set out to help him some sort of way. I don't know. It's just interesting. It's interesting to be able to combine ideas like that, right? Let's see. Oh, let me see. I'm just realizing. That you guys can't see what I'm writing. Okay, so let me make that adjustment again so you can kind of see. Scroll up and down. I'm going to put a little space here so I can actually... Whoops. Pardon me. Should put it up there. So I can have a little... Show you the break. Show you the stream of consciousness. That was Mr. Tiger Pants rant. Okay. Let's check the chat. Is this weird for everybody? Does everybody like it? Is everybody doing maybe their own creative writing, perhaps? Anybody else out there doing it? One second. I feel like this color of the sugar cane is throwing me off. I'm gonna make it like a dark blue. Yeah, okay, there we go. All right. Well, I think that was fun, interesting. Let's do another round. Let's shake it off. let's clear our thoughts from the Mr. Tiger Pants rant here. Wow, what a crunch. And let's do another one. By the way, I think my mom watches these streams later on YouTube Live, so thanks for the mug, Mom. Appreciate it. Okay. Let's do a brief little walk. Okay. All right. All right. Okay. Sorry. I just know that my dog's about to whine at me. So I'm going to give her a little bone to chew on to kind of keep her more occupied. She's very good at holding my streams hostage. Come over here. Make Daddy some money. Come on. Yeah. Now be cute right there, okay? Thank you so much. Okay. Another one. Another one! Let's start it down here. The spacing is weird. Don't need a footer. Okay, perfect, perfect. All right, all right. Let's move this up. Put on some, in true writer style, let me distract myself with smaller business. And my blue blocker's on. My goodness. That caffeine will kick in sometime soon, I promise. Here we go. Okay, I don't know. I feel like maybe I'll discover something in the read back, but I don't know that there was anything there. Felt like hot garbage spewing out of me. Let's just do it. Dipping in dalliance, a freelance stallion. Can't imagine what there is to be more than what isn't. I try to stay free, looking off into the world I know nothing of. I wish that someone would appear and tell me the way of the world, a clear line, a final thought, a rhyme to the reason, or a reason to the rhyme. They say time heals all wounds, but time is a coach and horse dragging us through the mud to our grave, stopping for no one. Nothing stops time. It's an inevitable march. What must we do? We must stand up and run with it, not allow it to drag us, to drag on. Dragon? Interesting thought. I have no interesting thoughts anymore, not since there are no more surprises. I've tried every food and met every kind of person. I lived in all kinds of shoes. I lived barefoot, the womb, the way out, faltering, stumbling, egregious in all forms. Weird spacing there. Tell me what to do and I'll do it, but there is no one who will. No one knows what to say. All we can do is stand next to each other, look one another in the eyes as we are brought to our deaths, perhaps. To start over again. What a cruel race to finish and not even know if you've won. Perhaps it's not a race at all. A shot out of a cannon where the cannon lands into the ground to slowly turn back into the earth. What is a cannonball without gunpowder behind it other than a heap of ore is a question. Okay, so... or maybe not. I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe it is a statement. Okay. You know what? I guess I was wrong. There are some little parts and pieces that make me think if I were to piece together some of these stream of consciousnesses, we have some familiar themes emerging from my subconscious. I don't know what that says about me. Don't psychoanalyze me. I'm just trying to be creative. Okay, all right. But something about a dalliance. I don't know about the dipping and dalliance. Maybe my brain was focused on the alliteration, but we do have some sort of a love story if we were to like thread a dalliance back through Mr. Tiger Pants, right? And a freelance stallion it's kind of funny, and I don't know why, but this animal imagery keeps coming. We have Mr. Tiger Pants identifying as a freelance stallion, perhaps. Can't imagine. It seems like maybe if he's stuck in the past, he's older. I was looking at directionless, maybe, based on this. They say back to time. They say time heals all wounds, but time is a coach and horse dragging us through the mud to our grave. You know, if this was Mr. Tiger Pants' point of view, this freelance stallion maybe is afraid to change his ways because I don't know. You know, there's a human instinct to stay in a bad situation simply because you know you can survive it. It's what allows us to. When you see people who are like, there's so many red flags in this relationship, why are you staying in it, or why do you self-sabotage yourself, reason being is we're not actively trying to harm ourselves. We're always in our reptile brains just trying to survive. It's kind of been our instinct for much longer than we've had to deal with the psychology of non-physical problems, right? Like, used to be that we would run from predators and that we needed to hunt. And whenever we saw food, we would gorge ourselves on it because we didn't know when our next meal would come, right? And now, in a society where we have plenty of food and the agricultural and industrial revolution has allowed us to change our stressors to something that we've never evolved to, right? So we have someone who might be kind of in that reptile brain, like scooting around, cruising malls, and his Camaro may have worked for him at some point, and he's too afraid to let go of it because he doesn't understand that with risk comes reward. And let's see, we would have... Sorry about that. The camera kind of turns itself off automatically, even though I've adjusted the settings to not do so. And what else? Tell me what I'll do. Something about what we must do. It's either got to be his own personal revelation, or like if I were to bring this neighborhood into it, or at least a character that symbolized the concern or antagonistic view of the neighborhood. I say antagonistic, just the thing that makes Mr. Tiger Pants come out of his stasis. That sounds like maybe don't let it sit there and drag you. Stand up and run with it, run beside it, run sideways, right? You don't have to like let existential dread win. God, that bone smells terrible, sugar. All right. Just in case I'm not interesting, I'll keep adjusting the camera for the dog. Then let's see what else. Tell me what to do and I'll do it, but there is no one. Well, no one knows what to say. All we can do is stand next to each other, look each other in the eyes. Right. This is something about standing side by side. Like it's like if death is inevitable, might as well try and be unified in it. Like not feel so alone. Perhaps it's not a race at all. Shot out of a cannon where the cannon lands in the ground, so it turns back into the earth. Maybe there's a metaphor in there. I have some mixed metaphors in there. But both, but the commonality is that both view death as a one-way ticket. So, okay, interesting. Just interesting, right? You like sugar cam? Yeah. Yeah, well, you know, give me 2 cameras. I'm going to point it at the thing that's supposed to actually excite the internet. Come on, baby. There we go. There we go. And for those of you who can't smell, that bone that I gave her it smells bad. It smells like fish left in the garbage, and it's not even fish. But God, she loves it. All right. Interesting, right? So let's talk about maybe how we could combine these into a unique story, just out of like a sense of allowing us to be open and receptive to whatever comes to our mind, trying to get to that dream state without dreaming, trying to write without judgment. But we come up with some pretty unique things. So let's start consolidating these ideas and see if maybe there is a story there. I'll call it a freelance stallion, aka Mr. Tiger Pants. All right. Let's see. might be thinking, I'm hearing clicking, but I don't see anybody. I don't see anything happening. I'm Googling. I was thinking about being stuck in the 80s and what we were going to name our person. Well, Mr. Tiger Pants is cool. I don't know. Should we stick with Mr. Tiger Pants? It's a lot to type. I was looking up the cast of The Breakfast Club, since we were talking about thematics being stuck in the 80s. And I was looking for Judd Nelson's name. I didn't like Judd just because it sounds so close to Judge, which I don't really want to do for our character. I kind of maybe want to just even call him Nelson. Nelson is Mr. Tiger Pants. Does Nelson want? Well, he wants love. He wants to find love. But what he needs, to find a connection, sense of community. Let's see, the location. We talked about a neighborhood, but we also, just a place like with a nearby mall and neighborhood almost feels like maybe New Jersey. Neighborhood with a nearby mall. What else? Let me just take all the phrases that I like. Ice cream thoughts. Champagne dreams. Let me just start pulling everything that I liked and see if that can't help me. This made me have a thought. The repetition of I say, I say, I say. Maybe an older man, even older than Mr. Tiger Pants or Nelson, the one imparting wisdom to him. Let's find, okay, if we're referencing like the 1980s for Judd, then let's reference 1960s. Let's go 20 years. Peak movie of the 1960s, The Graduate. Let's look at The Graduate cast. Because I'm always inspired by film. Murray Hamilton plays Mr. Robinson. I kind of like even calling somebody Mr. Murray. Give me my page back. Where'd you go? Let's call him Mr. Murray. Or maybe even Murray. I love the name Murray. Excellent. Then we have We like the word in. We like that description, indeterminate man-child. No, no sugar. I've pumped you full of treats. You're good. Always. Don't ever have kids. Let's see. Elbowing his way through life. I will not abide either. Will the neighborhood, let's band together, take care of business, the wonderful world. The business of giving love and kindness and getting you back on our side. Feels like maybe that's Murray's MO. Put that with Murray's information. Kill you with kindness. Exhaust them till they're done with fighting. No. No, you're done. You're done with treats. If there were no more soldiers allowed, an allowance, reaching, stretching, pulling, tugging, 11th hour must be won, must be finalized. I don't know, I like this. I don't know why. Seems like a good final, or even a midpoint, actually. What's up, Scrolls? How you doing, Scrolly baby? Hunting and stalking them all. I like the idea of giving Mr. Tiger Pants animal-like qualities. And so if we have like a animal versus animal instinct versus being humane, right? Which is, in a way, a reptile brain versus our geez, what's the opposite of a reptile brain, right? Higher thinking, higher consciousness. What do we call that? Triune brain. The neocortex, the prefrontal cortex. We'll just call it the logical brain. That's what I'm going to call it. Versus our logical brain. And let's continue to pull. Wearing your leather, your fedora, your flare. We're already building this guy's wardrobe. It says anti, but I think it means anti. M's pretzels. Have your mouth dry, but the water fountain is nearby. Might be a cool opening image. Just an older man with his hair volume set to high, eating a pretzel that dries out his mouth. Takes a sip from the water fountain nearby. I end up rhyming a lot. I don't know why. Scrolly is asking, working on someone else's project for too long, but now having lunch. Yes, please. Have some lunch. Take care of yourself. Take care of thyself, Scrolly. Uh, uh, Scrolly, what you missed is just a creative free writing exercise where we close our eyes, we don't judge what we write, we just allow automatic writing to happen. We just have thoughts, we push words out, and then kind of look at them in retrospect and seeing if we can't mine our subconscious, our gamma wave brain, try and trick it into those daydreamy, non-logical thoughts where creativity lives, and turn it into something. So what we've been doing is I've basically gone on a little writing rant, writing sprint, if you will, without too much thought. Did it 3 times, and I'm taking the best of everything, or the interesting things that I find that are thematic and tie back to one thought to another, to turn them into maybe an original story. So you can always go back and watch the creative vomit happen, but yeah, we're just trying to, you know, heighten our creative state here. So we have kind of also have a state of mind here. Trying too hard makes you exhausted. Trying too little gets nowhere fast. I don't know what it means to be the Latter-day Saint of time, but maybe this is his frustration. This is his conflict. He's in stasis, and his obstacle seems to be time and what to do with it, and how to make the best of his, and how to get what he wants with it. No one goes to malls anymore looking for love in an abandoned town, dipping in dalliance, a freelance stallion. I can't imagine what there is to be more than what isn't. I try to stay for it, looking off to a clear line, a final thought, a reason to the rhyme. They say time heals all wounds, but time is a coach and horse dragging us through the mud to our grave, stopping for no one. Nothing stops time. It's an inevitable march. Something about this part makes me think this is like a Murray line. Stumbling, egregious in all forms. Tell me what to do and I'll do it, but there is no one who will. No one knows what to say. Okay. So maybe we have like almost like an unlikely friendship. I'm even seeing something where it's like maybe Mr. Tiger Pants is chasing the idea of holding on to youth, but finding relief, solace in the wisdom of old age. There's an image that somebody shows. It's like where one person is pulling in one direction and one person's pulling in the other direction, and then both people are pulling in the same direction and they get to their goal faster, right? So this is kind of the visual, that visual representation is a little bit of maybe the structure of the story. We have Mr. Tiger Pants pulling against time, even though time is going to move forward no matter what he does. It's an immovable force, but we also have the joy of like not working so hard against time, and maybe instead of feeling like he's being dragged through it, he needs to embrace the ride. Stop and look around. Well, there's no stopping on this metaphor, but look around. Enjoy the view. Something like that. Reminds you of Alan Moore's poetry. Oh, high compliment, high praise. I know you love some Alan Moore. Let me check YouTube. Carrie Ann, you don't have to apologize for being late. You show up whenever you want. Please, please, please. Carrie Ann's on the YouTube chat in case anybody's interested. But my classmate Potty asked for feedback on a sitcom pilot he was looking for. He was so chuffed with the results. He suggested I should be a script editor. Hey, good, excellent. Yeah, write any way you can. Honestly, you have a great sense of pacing, and I could see why you would make a good editor. Flow, editing, pacing, yeah, that checks out in your writing. You're just a good all-around writer, so I'm not surprised somebody would tell you that. Not surprised at all. Okay. So, what if we were to push this through some beats? Right? We would have, let's do like a little vomit draft using the subject matter at hand and see if that's cool. Yep. Goodbye, sugar. I'll see you on your way back in. So let's see. It would almost be like we open, but I don't have to say we open. Maybe I do. We open on Nelson, aka Mr. Tiger Pants, as the kids call him behind his back. He's a, what do you call that? Not a product of, but a relic of the 1980s. Tiger striped pants, a leather jacket with matching leather fedora. Here's what I'm gonna cut the fedora because I like the volume of his hair set to 11. Pinoches on. salty pretzel dipped in melted cheese product. To quell his orange mouth, he struts over to a water fountain, taking in his surroundings. And mall is mostly empty, right? Are we doing that, what we said? I like the specificity of the hot topic, the gap, the food court. The mall is mostly empty. Hot topic. There was an interesting that was really interesting, the mess up. I called it not topic on accident, but hot topic was so barren. May as well call it not topic, he thought. Something like that. And then we have there's something like a play on words that I can maybe work on, like something clever there, maybe. The gap between his age and how he perceives himself. I'm gonna leave myself room to maybe ruminate on that, or let my subconscious work on what that could be. He isn't where he thought he'd be at his age. He had his, I don't know, his champagne dreams were over. Now he had to settle for ice cream thoughts. Something like that. Keep scrolling up. Sorry, guys. I realized you couldn't see what I was typing. Oh, thank you, Scrolls. Yeah. Scrolls, you and me happen to be on the same page. I feel like every time I do something, you've already typed, hey, by the way. But thank you so much. Also, thank you for always reminding me if you can, if my mic is muted or not. That's very important as well. Okay, let's keep going. Let's keep looking at the notes that we have and see if anything fits into basically. So we have an opening here. Let me unbold this stuff so we can start being a little bit more organized. We have an opening image introducing our main character. We have the stasis. the stasis has been reverberating into contemporary time since apparently the 1980s. And we have a man who is Nelson. His name is Nelson, as the kids call him, Mr. Tiger Pants, because of his outlandish glam rock aesthetic. 80s hairband aesthetic, is I guess what you would call that. Okay. And then, sorry, let's see. Hunting, stalking. This freelance stallion. This old tiger. I don't know, that freelance stallion makes sense. It's one of those kill your babies, because man, do I like that turn of phrase, that expression, that, I don't know what you'd call it, that name, title. Okay, here we go. Had hunted and stalked this dwindling oasis nearly all his life, looking for his tigress. Never found her. There was a woman named Joan. She wanted to settle down to the suburbs, have kids, and he didn't? Something like that? I don't know. That's kind of typical. I don't like it. What if, and then, like, what's a real... Okay, let's... I would love to be almost woefully specific of Joan's job title. I think it could be really fun. You know, let's see. Very specific job titles in a niche industry. I Google. Underwater pizza delivery person. Delivers pizza to underwater hotels requiring sub-aqua certification. That's insane. Professional bridesmaid. Hired to act as a bridesmaid offering support and coordination. Pet food taste tester. Whoa. Remote legal tech consultant. Algorithm engineer. Cardiovascular perfusionist. Airline repossession specialist. Locates and repossesses airplanes from delinquent owners. That's interesting. That's very interesting. Curriculum localization manager. Airline repossession specialist. instead of moved to, but she took off. And we don't need the concrete jungle. Something like that. That's interesting. Okay. Some weird stuff going on. Let me check the chat. Scroll says champagne dreams seasoned with sage. Sometimes I hear people say seasoned as the kind way of saying old, and then sage being like the old wise sage. Oh yeah, that is clever. I like that a lot. And YouTube's still good. Yes. Okay. Man, YouTube has such a crazy delay. All right. Old wise sage. Yeah. Okay. I'll keep that in mind. And then Nelson wants to find love. Nelson needs to find a connection. Location, New Jersey. Should this all happen in the mall? Like, what if we made a mall walker? Mr. Murray. Mr. Murray, the mall walker. Also stops by the water fountain. Starts up a conversation with Mr. Tiger Pants. How about this? Join me on my walk. That way we can like have some action, motion. It's not just two people standing there talking to each other. We have this journey around the mall. Ironically, stops at Journeys to get an insert for his shoes. Ironically, Murray stops at Journeys to be a part of it. Murray has always seen Nelson at the mall. Wanted to know what his deal was. Nope, Sugar's back. Sugar's back. Such an animal. Let's keep pulling stuff from our list here. I say, older man, even take care of business, the business of giving love and kindness, giving back our side. Nothing stops the inevitable march. It's weird. Life are equal to the inevitable march. And they're literally on their walk. So we have it both physicalized and internalized. Oh, geez. I just caught a look at the time. You know what? Maybe we'll tool around with this a little later. But it's time to start writing A Ropesman's Tale. It's been past time. My goodness. I do have to shift priorities, you know. We have to get the work done. We can't always just play with the new stuff. We have goals, treat it like a job, right? So I know some of you like to peel off for the editing, but I'll be editing out loud if you want to hear my sweet voice talk about 16th century Elizabethan England while I figure it out. Let's go ahead and save it. Always save. Everybody save. If you're writing right now, here's your reminder. Save. Close this. Open up my novel. Swap it out. Okay, here we go. So, there's our edit line. We need to kind of catch up. I'll scooch this sugar cane over just a little, maybe. Sorry, sugar. I'll keep you in frame now. Whatever. It's not like you guys are really reading this anyway, right? Right. I'll put sugar back center. Because I know who the real star of the show is. Okay. So, when doing this, I like to basically ramp into where I was, get caught up, get back into the momentum of things. Ooh, wow. We had gone through a lot of this chapter. Chapter 18, Royal Pain. And then, let me see where the last chapter was. Let's see, as he neared home, Amber Lit stood there. Man. Oh, okay. So he had a letter from the Queen to go see her. And then we're going to go ahead and... I remember this. We ended Thomas's chapter with the fact that he was going to go see the Queen in the morning, and then we started the chapter with Devereaux approaching the Queen in the morning. And we have them passing each other in this chapter. Devereaux, after being admonished by the Queen, and also Thomas, who an equal and opposite is about to be kind of praised. Both characters not getting what they want, actually. So let's go ahead and do this. This should be fairly readable since I edited it last stream, but I'll probably keep punching it up because that's just how it works. Let's do this. Whitehall Palace loomed ahead like a gilded snare, a sprawl of Tudor brick unfurled along the north bank of the Thames. A labyrinth of over 1,000 rooms, tempered galleries, courtyards, and painted ceilings so high they seemed to reach heaven. The banqueting house stood with its fluted columns and grand stone staircase next to the privy gardens, still heavy with dew and walled in neatly trimmed boxwood hedges. Devereaux dismounted at the outer gate, handed off his reins without a word, and smoothed the sleeve of his doublet. His boots clicked across the cobbled entrance yard as a cold wind pressed in off the river. He'd walked these paths 100 times before. These stones had seen him lead dances, win arguments, lose fortunes at cards, and trade secrets over goblets of claret. More than once, he'd stay till dawn in the Queen's private chambers, fending off sleep with laughter and wine, his hand resting on hers as she dared him to bluff her in one more round. Theirs had been a game of power, flirtation, and fascination. But whatever affection Elizabeth once held for him had since withered. She had grown suspicious. He had grown impatient. Now those same familiar doors didn't look inviting. They looked final. He crossed under the archway into the great court, its carved stone lintels damp with winter mist. Guards lined the entry hall, halberds upright, faces stern. The air inside smelled of beeswax and damp wool. Tapestries of myth and conquest lined the long galleries, though their colors seemed dimmer than before. He passed a stained glass window of St. George driving his lance through the dragon's neck. The queen had once told him he reminded her of the hero. That was a weird sentence. The queen had once told him he reminded her of the saint, of the heroic saint. The queen had once told him he reminded her of the heroic saint. 2 pages opened the doors to the presence chamber without a word. Devereaux inhaled, squared his shoulders, and stepped through. He had expected Elizabeth alone, or perhaps flanked by some privy councillor too cautious to interrupt her. I don't need to know that much about a privy councillor. So, secondary, tertiary, okay. Instead, Sir Francis Walsingham stood at her side. The queen sat poised on her throne in white and gold, her eyes already on Devereaux like a needle pressed to the skin. Walsingham did not move. Devereaux approached, bowing deeply, every inch of the motion rehearsed. "Your Majesty," he said, "you wished to see me." The queen did not rise. She turned her head slightly, resting her hand on a sealed letter bearing her insignia. "You're late," she said. "Only by courtly margins, Majesty." She looked at him for a long moment, then slowly turned her gaze towards Walsingham. Behind her, the spy master gave the smallest nod, and Devereaux felt it. Not just suspicion this time, but judgment. The tide in the room had turned long before he entered. Sir Walsingham stepped forward, the parchment in his hand already opened. "I regret the necessity, Your Majesty," Walsingham began, his voice measured, "but new intelligence continues to surface." Devereaux resisted the urge to scoff. Instead, he offered a half-smile towards Walsingham. "Francis, if I had known you'd be here, I would have brought wine." Walsingham didn't answer him. He addressed only the Queen. The broadsheet circulating in Southwark last week bore Lord Essex's crest. Sermons have shifted in tone. There's a mention of a righteous lion cast aside by a blind crown, and 3 letters sent to gentlemen Lincoln's Inn, coded but clearly linked. Devereaux's shoulders stiffened. "And you believe this has anything to do with me?" "I believe perception shapes action," Walsingham said evenly, "and you've cultivated a following that mistakes your charm for integrity." The Queen slowly rose from her seat, her fingers brushing against the carved edge of the armrest. Her voice, when she spoke, was quiet but iron-bound. "Robert, I have tolerated your petulance. I have forgiven your vanity. I have looked the other way while you gambled away coin, trust, and title. But I will not abide subversion." "Subversion?" Devereaux took a step forward, tone tightening. "Is that what you call concern? I have served you since I was a boy. I bled for England, for you, in Ireland, and now because Walsingham reads inked vagaries, she cut him off. Walsingham sees what I choose not to." Actually, I have a big note here. I think I should replace Walsingham with Robert Cecil. That was really Devereaux's enemy, and while Sir Walsingham, being the spy master and also the Devereaux's father-in-law, is juicy, we do set up a lot of Robert Cecil being the enemy of Devereaux. That's his big antagonist in history. That's who is the figurehead of who he is saying is poisoning the Queen's ear. And I think I could literally do a find and replace, and this scene would work exactly the same. I'm gonna keep reading, but let me see. I think that might be my next move, the fix in this chapter. If I may speak freely, Majesty, the Queen gave a slight nod. He looked at Devereaux, and for the first time there was something raw behind his eyes. I've said nothing of what I found until now, for her sake. His dropped for Francis. Okay, so then I'd have to cut that line. Walsingham turned it back to the Queen. The room held its breath. Devereaux didn't speak. That's the same thing. I think all this can be cut. Walsingham turned back to the Queen. But duty to the crown. We don't need a but, because there's no conjunction now anymore. Walsingham turned back to the Queen. Duty to the crown cannot bend around blood. If he continues, the damage won't be rumor. That's a Walsingham line. If he continues, the damage won't be rumor, it will be riot. The Queen stepped down from the dais, each footfall deliberate on the checkered stone floor. About this. The Queen stepped down from the dais. This is your final warning, she said, her gaze locked on Devereaux. Withdraw from your petty circles. Disavow those who speak on your behalf. Disappear for a season, or you will disappear forever. He opened his mouth, anger rising, pride wounded. One more word, the Queen snapped, and I'll see you to the tower before sunset. Her word shook him like a thunderclap. Devereaux's mouth closed. He bowed, shallow this time, and turned, cloak swishing behind him in retreat. Each corridor seemed to narrow the space around him. Whitehall's splendor now felt like a tomb dressed as a palace. Just as a tomb. Walsingham remained still as the Queen watched Devereaux vanish through the doors. The chamber exhaled, and the silence that followed wasn't relief. Ugh, gross. Sound of a bridge being burned. I think we know what happened, readers. We'll put our little asterisk there to move through time. The gates of Whitehall yawned open once more, but this time for a man no one expected to walk through them. Thomas Derrick rode not on horseback. Thomas Derrick rode in a small covered cart, flanked by 2 royal guards dressed in scarlet and gold. The parchment bearing the Queen's seal rested in the inner pocket of his doublet. Whitehall, in all its grandeur, rose before him like something carved from a dream. Gilded archways, spiraling chimneys, balconies draped with tapestries fluttering in the breeze. Courtiers passed like shadows between the columns. Remember his view of this. His view is a little bit more awestruck. Perfume clung to the air, along with wood smoke and the echo of distant violins from some hidden gallery. Excuse me. Thomas felt as though he were intruding on a painting. A steward met him at the front stair, brows drawn at the sight of this guest. The Queen has instructed that you be received formally. Before Thomas could reply, he was led inside. What followed was a quiet stripping of everything that made him comfortable. His boots were taken and replaced with polished slippers. His clothes were removed, his face washed, and his hair combed with rough haste. No one spoke directly to him. They addressed his body like it was a suit of armor being mended. He stood in a receiving room afterward, alone but under surveillance. The chamber was tall and sunlit, with walls painted with allegories of justice and order. Lady Justice, blindfolded, scales tipped. St. Paul with his sword, a phoenix rising. Thomas knew death when he saw it. These walls pretended it was poetry. His hands twisted in front of him. The sleeves of the borrowed tunic itched. He tried not to fidget, but kept reaching for the phantom feeling of the gallows rope or the cold bite of winter air on his old coat. Here, everything was soft, distant, and wrong. From outside the chamber, muffled voices rose and fell. Heavy doors opened somewhere else. Footsteps echoed. He caught the tail end of a voice, low, sharp, and unmistakably angry. It faded, and moments later another door creaked open. The steward returned. "Her Majesty is ready," he said. Thomas followed the steward. He could hear his heartbeat in his ears, each footfall sounding louder than it should. As they turned the corner, he nearly collided with someone exiting another wing of the court. Another wing? How do you nearly collide with somebody exiting another wing? Exiting the court. The man was moving quickly, cloak stirring behind him like a snapping banner. Robert Devereux. Thomas recognized him instantly. Their eyes locked for only a second, but in that second, a lifetime seemed to pass. Devereux slowed, taking full measure of the man in court-press clothing. Clean and... oh, what was I trying to say? Silent, distant? I don't know. I guess it wasn't important. Flanked by guards, yet untethered. Oh, I see. Yet untethered, like not bound. I don't need this. We know he's not a prisoner. An executioner dressed up for ceremony. Devereux slowed, taking full measure of the man in court-press clothing, an executioner dressed up for ceremony. Thomas gave a light nod, courteous, hollow. Devereux's gaze flicked down, assessing the tunic, the slippers, the absence of London's grime. "A strange choice of guest," he said coolly, his voice like velvet over a blade. Thomas didn't answer at first. Then, "It's the Queen's court. She has a taste for strange things." That's weird. I don't know, it's weird. Devereux's eyes narrowed. He took a half step forward. "She'll make you shine," he said, voice low now, "until you've outshone her." Then he was gone, boots clicking sharply against the stone, cloak billowing with authority he no longer truly held. Thomas stood still, pulse still hammering. The guards didn't move until he did. And when he finally walked forward, he realized he hadn't been summoned into a room. He'd been summoned into a game. Signaled by the steward, he continued into the presence chamber. It was colder than expected, despite the towering hearth that blazed along the far wall. Windows of leaded glass caught the winter sun and splintered it across the polished floor. Every surface gleamed. Gilded frames, velvet-draped pillars, inlaid tiles shaped like Tudor roses. It was beautiful in a way that made Thomas feel filthy by comparison. At the far end of the hall, elevated on a shallow dais, sat Queen Elizabeth, radiant and terrible in her splendor. I think he's awestruck by the Queen. Whoops, sorry about that. Let me remove that edit line. It's no longer true. Okay. Let me check the chat. Her clothes. Okay, how's everybody doing over here? Oh, Mookie's in. Greetings lurking and headed to the 5 p.m. meeting in a moment. Good to see you. Good to have you here, Mook. Good to have you here. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Let's check the YouTube chat. What's going on? Mook's in the YouTube too. Oh, doubling my views. Thank you so much, Mookie. Always can count on Mook. All right, how much longer do I have to edit this? Till 3? Okay, another hour and 15 minutes of this. All right, cool. Sometimes I just like to stop and check. It is editing a novel, so, you know, sometimes procrastination is welcome. Did I mention my cool mug here? My book mug. God, my dog is so cute. Chelsea, how cute my dog is. I just realized she's sleeping right now. Should I turn this into an ASMR novel read? I'll bring this closer and I can start whispering through. I forget, in ASMR, do they whisper or do they just talk softly? Maybe it's this. Maybe I can just read like this. Okay, sorry, it's just very not me. And no matter what volume my voice is at, she's not going to wake up. She's dedicated to sleeping. Sorry for getting weird on y'all. Okay, let's keep going. The far end of the hall, elevated on a dais, sat Queen Elizabeth, radiant in her splendor. Radiant in her splendor, like overwritten. Radiant. Her clothes were made of fine ivory satin, and her ruff was high enough to crown her head like a halo. Jewels clung to her bodice like pinned stars. Her expression was neither warm nor cold, just fixed like the face of a statue, no longer concerned with being understood. Oh, wow. What a line. I wrote, I guess. Sometimes I surprise myself. Approach, she said. Thomas stepped forward, unsure if his legs would carry him all the way. They did, but barely. He bowed deeply, eyes to the floor. She let the silence stretch, and when she finally spoke again, her voice filled the chamber as though the walls bent to hear it. You have served England with steadiness and discretion. In these days, few things are executed so cleanly. Laughter rippled through the gathered courtiers. Thomas said nothing. His throat was dry. She continued, "The gallows are often a crude affair. Its horrors public, its mechanics base. But you have made death quiet, predictable, swift, a relief." That's too many. But if we do death a swift relief, there's a little tension where it's like, is that a good or bad thing? Thomas raised his eyes only halfway. "That was not my intent, Your Majesty." "No," she said, "but it was the result." She lifted a hand and gestured to a waiting attendant. A velvet box carried forward and opened before her. Inside was a medal, silver and gold, shaped like a sunburst, but at its center was a knotted rope cast in miniature, etched in fine detail, its coils perfect. "This," she said, "is a mark of civic mercy, a gift to you for protecting the dignity of England's order through your innovation." All complete sentences evaded Thomas's brain. "Will you accept it?" Thomas paused. The metal glinted like a halo and a shackle at once. Give me that. "I will, Your Majesty," he answered. She nodded. "Good. Now you stand not only as my hand, but as a symbol. You were appointed by Robert Devereux, were you not?" Thomas hesitated. "Yes, Your Majesty." She leaned slightly forward, her voice quiet but razor sharp. "Then let this be a reminder. Your service to him was incidental. Your loyalty is to the crown. It is to me. Do not confuse the two." She let the weight of her words settle before finishing. "You are what justice looks like when it remembers to be kind." He bowed again, deeper this time. I don't even know if we need this. It's very heavy praise for someone on such high authority. He bowed again, deeper this time, hoping she could not see the sweat on his neck. Brow. From the corners of the room, the courtiers murmured, some clapped, some simply stared. But only the Queen smiled. The moment he turned his back, the Queen's smile faded. Excuse me. Thomas descended the dais with the medal still gleaming on his chest. An usher bowed and gestured toward the eastern corridor is probably what I meant to write. Thomas followed, feet numb inside his borrowed slippers. The crown's sigil shone faintly from every wall. A golden lion, a red rose, a coiled dragon biting its tail. He passed them all with the same dulled expression. I don't want to focus on the castle right now. It's more about Thomas. It wasn't until he reached the end of the corridor, beyond the reach of her voice, her gaze, her throne, that he finally stopped, alone. He looked down at the medal in his palm. The tiny knotted rope at its center seemed elegant in the Queen's hand. In his, it looked like a noose. Another. Or just like a golden? No, that's it. He turned it over. The back bore an inscription, "Justice without fear." He almost laughed. Instead, he leaned against a column and let the dizziness wash over him. His knees threatened to give way. Was this an honor? Had he been swallowed into the Queen's machinery and gilded just enough not to scream? For a moment, he'd imagined, foolishly, that perhaps the ceremony meant an end, that the summons, the clean clothes, the strange silence of Whitehall had been building to something like mercy. Not mercy. His mercy. We're talking about mercy a lot, but really it's like his, I'm going to synonym for being set free. Sometimes my brain just doesn't have it, no matter how many crosswords you do. Liberation, emancipation. Building something like to his emancipation. Doesn't this feel like maybe it's his thoughts? I don't know if he would have, I don't know if Thomas would say emancipation, but maybe his release. Perhaps the Queen would have thanked him, shook his hand, thanked him and said, I don't think the Queen's just going to shake anybody's hand. Your service is complete. Instead, she, had given him a symbol of something that bound him even tighter to the role he thought he might one day leave behind. This was no metal, it was a collar. He turned the metal over in his hand, its weight suddenly impossible. He could feel it pulling at the ribbon, pulling at his skin, dragging him down. He removed it and let it dangle between his fingers. And he reached for his neck. He pressed into the muscles just below the ear, digging with his thumbs as though he could find the edge. The sentence he had laid upon him. That's very overly written and flowery. A tremor started in his chest. His breath quickened, his lips parted, eyes blinking too fast. The corridor felt as if it were closing in around him. Get a hold of yourself. He leaned back against a column, hand at his throat, massaging in slow, practiced circles, one breath, then another and another. A serving boy passed him in the corridor and bowed. Sir Hangman, he muttered before vanishing into a side hall. Thomas couldn't respond. He stared at the place where the boy had vanished and tried not to vomit. Eventually, he stepped outside into the winter air, still gripping the metal in his hand. The sky beyond Whitehall had begun to dim. The clouds hung low and heavy, bruised with the onset of snow. A chilling wind pushed him forward and helped him to breathe again. Thomas moved toward the stone courtyard at the rear of the palace and sat on a low wall near the Queen's orchard. No guards stopped him. No one cared where an executioner wandered, even when newly decorated. That's too much. No one cared where an executioner wandered. He watched a gardener sweeping frost-laced leaves from a gravel path. Each drag of the broom was slow and rhythmic. He looked down at the metal again, the gold shimmering faintly even in the gloom. He thought of... Just get done with this metal. He thought of every man and woman whose life had passed because of him. He thought of their eyes, their trembling, the smell of piss and blood and rope. He closed his fingers around the metal, as if squeezing it hard enough might shatter it. There would be more drops, more death, more silence. The title they'd given him would echo louder than his name. People would not call for Thomas. They would call for the hangman, and he would come. Okay, all right. Another chapter down. Let me check the chat. Everybody still doing good? Find it amazing that you're hanging out with me. I gotta be honest with you. It's crazy. What's everybody else working on, by the way? I'd love to know. Part of me thinks, should I switch this over to co-working? Since I'm doing so much co-working. Let's try it. Creative. Co-working and studying. You're sculpting a wolf like a creature for a game, but it's, oh, you got a non-disclosure agreement going on. Okay, fancy scrolls. Also, you know, if the writing gets too boring, you have a sleeping puppy and a wife playing dinkum in the background there, just in case. Well, that's cool. Okay, so let's explore oh wait, you know what? Let me go ahead. Instead of making a note to fix, I just need to go ahead and fix. We're gonna change Waddingham to Cecil in this chapter. Robert Cecil, Whitehall, Tudor, Brick, Devereaux. Okay, so around here we'll do our find and replace. We'll find Walsingham and Robert Cecil stood at our side. Cecil. Man, it just sucks that everybody here is called Robert. We got a Robert Cecil, we got a Robert Devereaux, and Devereaux's son is also Robert Devereaux. Excuse me, what? On my way back, here we go. Okay. All right. Behind her, the advisor gave. Back to the Walsingham tracking. Okay. 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 That should do it. Fantastic. Fantastic job fixing the mistakes that I made. Okay. Let's keep going. So we ended on Thomas's experience, and we're back on Robert's now. Okay, here we go. Sorry, I just have this mic and I really want to use it, you know? I really want to lean in. The fire in Essex House burned low, but the air in the chamber remained close and heavy. Robert Devereux sat at the head of the long table, arms crossed, jaw tight, while his closest men leaned forward in various degrees of urgency and dismay. Just dismay. Oh, geez. We've confirmed it, said Sir Henry Cuff, fingers drumming nervously against the rolled map of London. The Queen granted Derek an audience, publicly, praised him before the court, called him a symbol of mercy. Blunt scoffed. Mercy? He paced behind Devereux, cloak trailing. She hands the hangman a medal and calls it virtue? What's next? Coin minted in his likeness? He's a figure now, Mayrick added, calmer but no less troubled. The people trust him. He's seen as just, as fair, as the face of law that works. Let's see. It's not that the people trust him. The people trust... He's not seen as just and as fair. He's a figure now. The people... trust and fear him. They will come to trust, but at this point in the chat, he's not there yet. People fear him. He is... synonym. Execution. But not death, like the carrying out of something. Ooh, respect the punishment or the performance. Maybe both. Respect the performance and the punishment. Alright, okay. Sorry, I just got a little bit of a work email. Gotta respond to. That's Wednesday, Thursday. Okay. Okay, alright. Sorry, all business must be attended to. Okay, back at it. The people fear him, yet respect the punishment and the performance. Devereaux ran a gloved hand through his hair, exhaling through his nose. He was nothing but a rope-necked thief when I met him. A desperate little worm who offered me loyalty to save his skin. Now he wears silk and speaks before royalty, Cuff muttered. The queen is making pawns of your pawns, my lord. She's sending a message. Blunt slammed his fist on the table. And we must respond, publicly if not forcefully. No, Mayrick interrupted. Not forcefully. Not forcefully. Not yet. He turned to Devereaux. What we need is optics. I feel like this is a very modern word. Probably knew I'd have to change it, huh? Maybe I need brand synonym? Better stigma, better honor, credit, reputation. We must create reputation. Righteousness. When the time comes, we'll need to march on London with a moral upper hand, and that includes Derek. If he stands with us, people will follow. They'll believe we're correcting the order, not dismantling it. Even the pious would fall in line. Cuff added, they'll say if the Queen's own executioner has turned, then surely the rot lies with her, not us. The room fell quiet. All this I keep doing, you know, it's a crutch for a beat change, but we can just move forward with the story. It's fine. It's fine. Devereaux stood and moved to the window. Outside, dusk settled over the city like ash. In the distance, which needs to be capitalized. In the distance, he could see the lanterns being lit in the poorer quarters, the smoke trailing from chimney pots in slow spirals. Somewhere out there, Thomas Derrick was sipping wine he hadn't earned in rooms he didn't belong in. I made him, Devereaux muttered. Plucked him from Newgate and handed him a name. A name you need back, said Mayrick. Blunt leaned in. He's a dog, my lord, but even a dog can be made to heel. Cuff tilted his head, voice quieter now. If we control Derrick, we control the narrative. Devereaux turned from the window. And how do you propose we leash him? There was a pause. Just Blunt smirked. With bait he's already tasted. Devereaux raised an eyebrow. Blunt leaned forward. Let's see. These two can go. The insinuation's still there. Blunt leaned forward. He's a man, Robert, beneath the robes and the gallows, still just a man. By the next bell, Robert Devereaux was across town. Interesting. Here, I'm trying to keep Devereaux under house arrest, but I think I need to turn this into have Catherine come to Devereaux, be brought. Let me see how this reads. I don't know. I just like it so much, but of course I do. I wrote it. Blah blah blah. Oh my god. Check out how passed out this doggy is, huh? That's crazy. She crazy. Looks like a dog that doesn't pay taxes, huh? All right. Let me just read through this. I have to make a decision. We'll have to figure it out. By the next bell, Robert Devereaux was across town approaching a brothel he had never entered. His cloak was turned inside out to hide its embroidery, and the broad-brimmed hat cast a shadow low across his face. He moved quickly through the rear gallery where no guards waited and no eyes lingered. The inside of the brothel smelled of rosewater and stale wine, the air thick with powdered perfume and the rustle of silk across flesh. Devereaux passed through the narrow hallway like a phantom unannounced until the madam, who knew the scent of power, even when disguised, greeted him with a cautious curtsy and ushered him further inside. Upstairs, behind a thin wall, a woman's voice lilted through a door, teasing professional bored. Maybe not teasing. Moaning. The gentleman collapsed backward with a gasp, trembling and wide-eyed like a colt after its first run. Catherine, ever the professional, offered him a lazy smile that bordered on pity. Verily. Well, see, that's a weird shift. We don't need through a door. Her gentleman collapsed backward with a gasp, trembling and wide-eyed like a colt after its first run. Catherine, ever the professional, offered him a lazy smile that bordered on pity. Verily, she said, her voice honeyed. Honeyed? Yeah, okay. Double checking myself. I don't think I need this verily. Trying to cut out Elizabethan English to make it more readable. She said, voice honeyed, you've a way of flattering the lady. If anything, I can move it here. The man flushed crimson, stammering something apologetic, but Catherine was already on her feet. Quickness is the finest way to flatter a lady, she said, voice honeyed. The man flushed crimson, stammering something apologetic, but Catherine was already on her feet. She stepped lightly over to the corner basin, only to find it dry again. She muttered a curse under her breath and wiped her hand on the hem of her skirt with practiced disgust. She didn't bother saying goodbye. The brothel's hallway was warm and dimly lit, heavy with rose oil and the sound of muffled laughter from other rooms. She pushed into Madame's office without knocking, still seething. Once more, Margaret hath neglected the basin, Catherine snapped. What are we to do with such a maid? She stopped. Seated across from Madame, legs crossed, gloves in his lap, was a man she hadn't seen in some time but recognized instantly. Robert Devereux, his presence. You know what? Maybe I'm just going to make it one of his men. I kind of like the idea of this intro. It's moved. It's got a little fun to it. If we were to A-B this, having someone brought to Devereux with his wife there, bringing a brothel worker to his home. I don't know. I think it's easier to send. I think I should cut out the top and turn this into Blunt or Mayrick. See, I don't need this by the next bell. This might even be its own chapter. How short is this? Oh, that's too short. So makes it seem bland. I'm gonna go ahead and change Devereux to Blunt. Christopher Blunt. And that's gonna be the big change that we make here. Robert. Let's do Devereux. I like the idea of revealing Blunt. But I need to move the audience across town. She knew Blunt was a close advisor to Robert Devereux. presence, even one in disguise, carried the weight of someone who expected the punishment. Carry the weight of conspiracy. Catherine's demeanor shifted in an instant. She moved her skirt, tucked a straight curl behind her ear, and straightened her posture. "Forgive me, madam," she said quickly, her voice softening. "I did not see we had company." The madam stood, clearly rattled by more than Catherine's interruption. "We've been in discourse regarding thee. Pray, stay." "Sir Blunt desires a word. I shall see to Margaret." With that, she departed, closing the door behind her. Catherine turned to face Blunt, uncertain of whether to be scared or intrigued. "To what do I owe such a rare visitation?" she asked. Devereaux rose, and as he did, he reached for her hand and lifted it to his lips. If he noticed the residue still clinging to her skin, he gave no sign, though he did turn up his nose for the briefest moment. "Mistress Catherine," he said, "I come to greet you, not with lust or desire, but compassion." She snorted, withdrawing her hand. "Now I'm intrigued." "It concerns Thomas Derrick," he said. A name chilled the room like a gust of cold wind. Catherine did not flinch, but her fingers curled slightly at her sides. "I hear," she said carefully, "he now struts about in finery, the Queen's new darling butcher." Devereaux gave a tight smile. "Indeed, but I would see that leash shortened and pulled into I control. "And you think I hold the rope?" "I think he remembers you," Devereaux, Blunt said. "I think he would remember you. I think he is alone and would cling to familiarity." Catherine's lip curled. "And what would you have of me? Seduce him, tame him, tuck a knife in his spine when he's half asleep?" "What would you have me do?" "I would have you observe him," Blunt said. soften him, remind him of the man he was before the queen gave him a title. When the time comes, we will need him compliant. Of the man who first gave him a title. When the time comes, we will need him compliant. She crossed her arms. And why, pray, should I do any of that for you? Because I offer more than vengeance. He reached into his cloak and placed a velvet purse on the madam's desk with a heavy thud. Coins inside shifted with a sound Catherine rarely heard in such abundance. Her eyes narrowed, but she didn't reach for it. And after, what becomes of me when your plan is done? You will be free of this place, he said. I have spoken to your madam. I understand your dreams. Land, safety, a house of your choosing, and the right to turn every key yourself. I do not deal in dreams, Mistress Catherine, but I do deal in rewards. Let's go ahead and save this. I just want to check the chat, see what's up. It's been a while. Oh my goodness. Scrolly says, the art I shared in Discord is for another client, and hers is allowed to share. I enjoy 2D more, but seeing something come to life in 3D is cool too. No wonder so many nicknames for Robert. Rob, Bob, Bobby, Robbie, Robert, Robbie, Bert, Bertie, Beto, Bo, Robin, Rupert, Bro, Rob, Robbie, Hob, Nob, Dobbin, Trevor, Roberto, Ruprecht, Rybert. Yeah, it sounds like you're going to crash scrolls. That's crazy. Thank you for all the synonyms of, I say synonyms, the aliases, alternates for Robert. Mookie says, remind me where we are in this story. Is the first draft completely written? Yeah, we're editing the first draft, actually. Yeah, I did a vomit draft a long time ago. This might be I think this is my fourth pass on it. My fourth pass on the story. 2:30. How's it going over there, Mook? I'm happy to take a little break from this and hear how you're doing with your day. I don't mind. I've been writing all day, getting a lot of stuff done. It's been like 2.5 hours of writing so far. Continuously. Oof, can't wait for that break. I needs it. How long has that been fucked up? Let's see. 10 inches of snow to get to work yesterday. Oh my god. I've never had to shovel snow in my life, luckily. Not complaining, just happy that I've never had to do it. Oh, it sounds awful. Having to work before you have to get to work. How gnarly is that? I don't want another temp in LA right now. Okay, I won't tell you. But I will tell you that this cardigan is not necessary. It's just part of my writer's aesthetic today. And then I could do this whole stream in short sleeves and shorts if I wanted to. But don't be jealous. My goodness. Let's see. Who else is in today? Got me Alpha lurking, Mookie. Suo Nova. Suo Nova, how's it going? Are you lurking today? Are you also working / co-working? because it's always nice to hear from people. This type of thing you never see in a movie, shoveling snow and driving around to find a parking spot. Yeah, that's the kind of stuff we skip, isn't it? Unless we're trying to really feel bad for a character. So, Mook, are you trying to endear us to you? Yeah. Okay, look, I gotta get some more liquid in me. 1 second. Coming right back, coming right back. All right. Oh, more liquid. I find all this endearing by default. My goodness. How's the news biz anyway? Because there's certainly plenty of it, you know. Always interested to hear like what it's like, you know. Is it bittersweet whenever the world's falling apart and there's so much to write about? And also, how do you choose? It'd be really interesting to see how one of those, the logistics of one of those budget meetings. Do you? I know. The aspect ratio of the cam. I switched to my Canon 70D, which is not compatible with OBS, and it's a whole freaking thing. And it's literally the best I could get it before the stream, because I wanted to use my iPhone for the sugar cam, and she's not even sleeping on her pillow anymore. She's just snoozing in her mom's lap. It was good for a while though. She was in it from the beginning. Oh my god. If you could see her right now being so cute. But you can't. So the fire hose that will not turn off. Anamorphic but stretched to be so. Yeah, it's actually not an anamorphic lens. It's being run through a video capture device, and there's a certain aspect ratio that it's maxing out on, and I had to make all of these like little resolution adjustments because it's capturing the display straight out of the camera, and I had to like turn all my autofocus off and blah 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 and blah blah blah, and set it to like 105 millimeters because any closer would be wild. And then also I had to stretch it in OBS to get the widescreen bars out, and that's kind of making it look a little funky. Otherwise it looks cinematic and widescreen and cool, but it just doesn't really fit the Twitch aesthetic. I don't know what I'm gonna do. I might research some new cameras, keep this one as my movie camera, and then have something a little simpler for streaming that's higher quality than my phone, because I like having the sugar cam whenever she's around. Anywho. $2:36. I'll be honest. Getting a little tired of this. I might do the writer's room a little early. It's my stream. I gotta do what I want. Okay. Let's just get to the end of this. which isn't that far away. Okay. Discipline. Discipline, everybody. Let's power through. And what becomes of me when your plan is done? Yeah. And what of Thomas Derrick? Is also a question. Will there finally be justice? Blunt's. Remember, Devereaux's under house arrest. We've moved all this. Blunt's gaze did not waver when Robert will reveal. This is Catherine's reveal. When Robert Devereaux takes the throne, he will have it. A long silence passed between them. Catherine stepped forward and picked up the purse, its weight real and immediate in her hands. Her jaw tightened and her eyes glinted with something unreadable. Well, that's stupid. Last sentence. You'll find me a difficult servant, she said. I don't want a servant, Blunt. We don't want a servant, Blunt replied. Only a woman who knows how to use her scars, her wiles. She gave him a smile that did not reach her eyes. Then we are agreed. Blunt had taken her answer. As he turned to leave, he paused at the threshold, adjusting the brim of his hat and smoothing the inside-out cloak that still bore the insignias. As he turned to leave, he paused at the threshold. He'll be in the tavern at Tyburn before the week is out, he said, without turning. Be there. Find him. Soften him. Help him to see who he... Find him. Help him to see who it is he truly serves. Then, like a shadow slipping beneath a door, he was gone. The door clicked shut behind him. You know what? He can leave once, and that's good. Catherine stood still for a long moment, her back to the desk, fingers still tingling from the weight of the purse. She didn't open it. She didn't need to. The heft of it in her palm told her everything she needed to know. She walked to the narrow window and looked out at the alley where the light from the brothel barely reached. No sign of him now, just... She leaned her forehead against the cool glass. He thought he was clever. He thought he dangled promises like riches, land, freedom, power, things no man had ever truly offered her before, not without a cost, not without branding her as property on the other side. But Catherine had never been foolish enough to believe in rescue, not really. I like the internal monologue. It just doesn't help her, though. She left the madam's office and climbed the stairs to her meager room. The purse dropped with a soft thud onto the table. She moved slowly and knelt beside her modest cot. And from beneath it, she reached between the floorboards and pulled out a small linen pouch tied with faded string. It fit in her palm like a childhood secret. Everything's fitting in this woman's palm. Inside were two things. First, a folded letter worn at the creases and yellowed by time. Her mother's name was signed at the bottom in tight, elegant script. The writing had faded, but Catherine knew every line by heart. It was the only letter she'd ever received, written the night her mother sent her into service. Catherine had been just 9. This makes it sound like she was sent into service of being a prostitute at 9, but it's supposed to be a workhouse. To the workhouse. I don't like this. The second was a pair of small ivory dice stained from use, one side filed heavier than the rest, loaded, an old trick. She hadn't used them in years, but they still gave her comfort, proof she could rig the odds when the world refused to be fair. They were her edge when nothing else was. A knock startled her. I have some notes on this. Something's up with this. I'm gonna have to come back to this. Let's see. Introed Francis earlier. Rewrite chapter 1 to be more accurate intros. Necklace earlier. Head. Richard II, inspired by Maywright Blunders. Close their doors to Essex. Proper speech for execution. That's fine. That's a different one. There's something about this. I don't know exactly what the fix is yet. Oops. But these loaded dice never really come back into play, so it needs to be something. And then we have her do the same thing where she pulls a necklace from the floorboard already. Maybe I think I need to cut this. It was a business then. Are you trading in politics now? Catherine didn't flinch. Business of a sort. Madam glanced toward the purse still sitting on the desk. He left you with more than words. That always worries me. Why? Catherine asked lightly. Afraid I'll leave? I'd miss the coin, not the attitude. The madam said, then softened, but yes. Attitude kind of takes me out of it, doesn't it? I feel like there could be something a little more antiquated than attitude as a synonym. I miss the disposition. Disposition seems to fit. I miss your... Where'd it go? Where'd it go? You missed the coin, not your disposition. the madam said, then softened. Yes, you bring a certain class. Not some girls. But you bring a certain class, and some other girls don't train easy. Catherine offered her a small smile. Then enjoy me while you have me. She closed the door gently, leaned back against it, eyes returning to the purse, then to the mirror above the basin. Her reflection stared back, older than she remembered. Justice, she murmured. She didn't know who she meant it for. Thomas, her, the Queen, Devereaux, maybe all of them. She dipped her hands into the empty Hunt, Devereaux, maybe all of them. She dipped her hands into the empty basin and mind washing them clean. Okay. That'll be it. We'll do a little edit line here just because I have done 2 chapters now. Of a 30 chapter book we're approaching a full fucking pass edit. Jeez. Okay, all right. 2:48. I might take this break early and then start the writer's room a little early. Doesn't that sound nice? I think it does. Let me check the chat and see who has a problem with this. Let's see. Oh, what's up? Yeah, I'm wide as hell. Thank you. Maybe I put on a little weight, huh? That anamorphic stretch. Is the flow tone a plot hole? What is the problem there? Oh, geez, Mook, I don't know what you were referencing. I was moving fast without checking the chat, so I kind of forget. Incomplete, hey, what's up? One of the hardest things for me is when a scene does not seem to go well, and I try multiple ways to fix it. Sometimes it ends up being the entire scene itself. I just have to cut the entire thing. Yeah, you have to kind of get rid of your darlings, right? At some point, the story starts telling you what it needs to be, and it's your job to pay attention, chip it away at everything, chip away at all the marble that isn't the David, right? If you're going to be a writer, you also need to be an editor. You just have to know when and where to engage which job. Okay. All right. Mook, what's up? Incomplete. I know you're here, but also I was thinking about taking a short 10-minute break, just 10 minutes. We'll be back at 3-ish, and then we're going to do a writer's room instead of. I just kind of like ending on that chapter. So everybody, if I know some people are just trickling in, but if you haven't, take a break, use the bathroom, pet your pets, right? And hydrate. And we'll be right back. 10 minutes. See you soon.
Hey everybody, let's take a break. Get up and stretch your legs. Give your pet a scratch, drink some water. I'll be right back in about 10 minutes or so. the break is done. I hope you had some fun. I'm feeling great, can't procrastinate, cause I should be writing, so let's get back to the
show. All right. Thanks, everybody. The break is done. Okay. Well, Sugar, let me get you back in. Sugar, you're gonna come to love Tuesdays. Go. All right. She's back in. Okay, so like I promised, we're gonna do a little digital writer's room here. Let me go ahead and bring up my freeform app. I'm gonna start a brand new one today, a brand new board. January 27th, 26. Digital writer's room. Hey, everybody. The break is done. Man, it's a catchy tune, isn't it? Where are you? Freeform. Boom. There we go. Okay, one more small adjustamente. Oh, wait. Let me put the sugar... Oh, you guys aren't seeing this yet, but I don't want to forget the sugar cam. I think it's very, very important. Whoops, where are you? Where are you? Oh, I see what's happening. Okay, 1 second. There we go. There she is. There she is. Okay. Pardon the technical delay. Boom. Sugar cam is back on. There we go. Okay. Angle up. She's not sleeping anymore. There she is. Oh my god, you guys are getting some real good close-ups today. All right, so here we are in our digital writer's room. Welcome, everybody. We are going to start a brand new one today. We're going to brainstorm. If you were around for maybe the earlier part of the session, if you didn't come with any ideas, that's fine. Maybe do a little free writing, free association, creative expression, right? Like take this time to maybe sit down and free write on a piece of paper. Close your eyes and don't judge your writing. Let it kind of flow out of you, a little automatic writing, if you will. And maybe you can generate the nugget of an idea that way. We have Ink and Play. We have Mialfa, our most prolific lurker, and Mookie, and Suanova today. So if you're interested in participating in the Digital Writers Room. Get active in the chat. Now is the time. I'm going to flip back and forth between the YouTube and the Twitch live stream. And make sure I'm seeing everybody. Okay, cool, cool. Oh, Mook, the puppet has several names. Whenever it's being helpful and kind towards people, we have, its name is Mondo. 1 second, I'll go grab it. Mondo has his own YouTube channel called Mondo Loves You. And here, let me go back to full screen. I'll come back to the Digital Writers Room. But Mondo has his own YouTube channel called Mondo Loves You. And it's filled with a lot of like lofty, inspirational kind of videos. But around home, his name is Barry. And Barry does my bidding. He helps me make my dad Christmas and birthday videos and stars in a number of like little projects around the house. Hey there, my name is Barry and it's a pleasure to be on Twitch. There you go, that's Barry. So thanks for asking, I appreciate it. You might have seen Barry featured in earlier works where we did a little puppetry with Mama Buckle and Gabriel Saint. And it was really fun to do that too. Thank you, Barry. I appreciate it. But we have to write. Would you like to go back and sit on your shelf? I love it. I love sitting on my shelf and doing nothing. It's like being retired without ever having had a job. Thanks, Barry. I appreciate it. Okay, let's go. Perfect. Now, back to the writer's room. Thank you for the distraction. Mook. Here we go. The big blank page. But, all right. Let me check the chat again. Where else are we? Income plays on page 15. I am the voice of the puppet. I do the little stuff, the things, you know, the little voices, you know, that kind of thing. Mondo or Barry, split personality, very much so. Romance, found, family, long lost sibling. That's what you're writing, Income Play. Okay, you just kind of laid that on me without any context. Good to know. Or are you pitching for the writer's room? That would be cool. You want to write something that's romance, found family, or with a long lost sibling. Guys, now at the time, let's dig into our notes app. I'll pull up the notes app on my computer since my phone is technically filming sugar right now. See if I could find anything that I wanted to write about. Let me see here. Oh, you know what? This looks a little off. Doesn't it? Let me see how it's looking. Got half. Weird. There we go. Filled out the screen a little more. When the blue blockers come on, the work begins. Yeah, you know it, baby. You know it. Let's go through my notes. I think most of them are stored on the Google All Notes. Okay. Ooh, okay. This is a thought I had on a walk. I don't know if I can get this done in 5 pages, but maybe I can. Maybe I'll make a killer short. The premise is what's going on here? Sorry. So weird. Okay, let's try this again. And pull up freeform. Gosh. Okay, so we have our little tree of ideas here. Let's go ahead and number them. We'll have them bolded so they're easier to read on this thing. 18 is fine. Okay, so girl goes home with her boyfriend from college. And finds out he was adopted. And debates whether or not to tell him. When she does, the parents unravel, revealing that he wasn't adopted, but abducted. Whoa. Crazy way to live the holidays, huh? Let's let justify that. Seems like a little thriller drama. A search is on for a dog's missing toy, and a married couple blame each other for its disappearance. I love it. Thank you, Mook. Let me see if I can copy and paste this, actually. I'll just make it, but I want to make it look unified. I'll just do it. Come on. Great. Keep giving me ideas while we type. A search is on for a dog's missing toy. And the married couple blame each other for its disappearance. Okay, fantastic. I'll keep combing through the notes. Okay, man, some real high thoughts in here. Man, I don't get some of this. There's some weird stuff in here. Okay, alright. This is weird. This is weird. First animal that it's kind of like a, I don't know, personification or anthropomorphification of an animal that that wants to have sex but not have kids. Like, in here I was like, can you imagine a dragonfly like trying to reproduce but then being like, a quote unquote, you know, are you on birth control? Because I'm really not looking for a family right now. That'd be weird, right? Let me check the YouTube. Nobody. Okay, cool. Remember, writers, give me all the ideas you got. They're a dime a dozen. It doesn't always have to be me sharing. Man, a lot of you know what? Hate to embarrass you, but you've been pronouncing my name wrong, says Jesus Christ. Rabbits would fit that narrative well. Oh, that's good. That's good. Good addition. Good addition. Let me put that. Okay. To a book about the man, a lot of like passcodes and combinations and flight information in here as well. I'm realizing. Sketch format idea, having seemingly comedic banal sketch, Dateline, NBC, Mike Myers with Toonses, but then when your sketch doesn't have a good way out, let the sketch in by getting into a Toonses car and driving it off a cliff. That's terrible. Terrible ideas that I thought were great in the moment. Positive outlook on negative things. People make a face when you show up with a man purse, like it's not masculine. It's the most masculine thing you can do. Do you ever go camping in the wilderness with only what you can hold in your pockets? It's utilitarian. Is a note that I have. I don't know how to turn that into something. Maybe, but maybe it's a sketch in defense of man purse. Maybe stranded on an island. Survival gear. Something like that. And we have Okay, how about this? The world's most famous actor meets the world's most famous reenactor. I don't know. Reenactor. I don't know how to even spell that. Reenact. Maybe it could be in the context of like Oscar's Roundtable. Icebox Town Competition. Let's see what this means. I made a note. Icebox Challenge. The Icebox Challenge is a global public and scientific competition designed to demonstrate the efficiency of sustainable building methods by comparing two 8-by-8-foot structures, one built to standard code and the other to passive house standards, filled with 1,200 to 2,000 pounds of ice over 2 to 3 weeks. The challenge shows how superior insulation prevents the ice from melting. Purpose to raise awareness about climate change. I don't know why I made that note. Shots, neighborhood bin. Oof. Alright, approaching 3:30. We should probably start nailing this down. Ooh, okay. A divorce ceremony. A wedding ceremony in reverse. There's a note that I had. I guess we do have divorce parties now, but at the time I made the note, I'm not sure. Honey. Opposite of a wedding. Or, I'm sorry, wedding in reverse. The groom and bride give gifts to guests for having to do their wedding and having to hear about their dual marriage all the time. Like paying penance to your guests and then having to get the ring back and yeah. Okay. 2 more. I would love to get something from the chat though. Let's see. Mookie says a car wash attendant knows the personality of a car's owner through their car and tries to be a matchmaker. I know this Ford Mustang owner who would love this. Yes. Matchmaking smart cars. Perfect. Anybody else? I'm gonna take the last one, but you know we do these in polls of 4, so I need at least 8 ideas. Nothing in the YouTube. Man, it's gonna be tough because we're gonna need people to vote. Let's see. Okay. No one in the chat has anything. I'll pick another one. Part of me is thinking bad catchphrases. Maybe that. Could be that simple. Because I have some bad catchphrases on here. I have two bad catchphrases, but that gives me a wider idea of person keeps trying to develop their own catchphrase. Goes poorly. Okay, so we have a few ideas here. Double checking everybody. Everybody's cool. I guess all of the stuff is in. We will start a poll now. Let's see. Do we want to write about a girl who goes home with her boyfriend from college, finds out he was adopted, and debates whether or not to tell him? When she does, the parents unravel, revealing that he wasn't adopted but abducted. Ooh, snap. How do you even do that? Question. What are we excited about? The abduction. Short drama. We have dogs missing toy. We have the rabbit that doesn't want kids. One, two, three, four. And then we have we have a man bag to the rescue. Okay, we'll do a 3-minute poll on here. An online AI service. Does it? Yeah, that could go pretty bad pretty quickly, huh? I like that. All right. Time to vote. I'll do this on YouTube too. Start a poll, start a poll. What are you excited to write about? We have adoption. We have dogs missing toy. We have rabbit doesn't want kids, and we have man bag to the rescue. Okay, we'll see how this goes. Welcome, y'all. It's time to vote. Mealtha, Suanova. I know you lurk, but a vote would always help. And you can do it quietly. Rabbit, no kids? Okay. We've got Dog's Missing Toy on the other. Missing my... Okay. Narrow it down. We still have another round. We have Rabbit who doesn't want kids. We have and the Dog's Missing Toy. Love the animal stuff. Apparently. Those are. Oh, and another one for Rabbit doesn't want kids. That's 2. 1 for Dog Missing Toy, I see. Okay, let's do another one because we need time to write. Poll. We have, what are we excited about? We have actor meets reenactor. We have divorce ceremony, reverse wedding. We have smart cars as matchmakers. And we have bad catchphrases. Okay, let's go ahead and start this poll. I'll end the other one. And let's what do you like best? We have and okay. Thanks, y'all. Thank you for taking the time to vote and everything. We have a poll up on the YouTube as well. Feel free to go there and vote if you want as well. Got 1 for bad catchphrases. Got reverse wedding. As 1. We have smart car matchmaking. Smart car matchmaking has 1. Okay. Good job, y'all. Everybody voting, everybody voting. Time is running out. If you haven't done it yet, go ahead and do it. Bad catchphrases for the win on Twitch and on YouTube. It's a 3-way tie. Oh my god. So catchphrases gets 2. First, 1, done. Okay, okay. Well, the good news is we don't have to put 2 up against each other. It's the rabbit with no kids and catchphrases for catchphrases gone awry. Catchphrases gone awry. Okay, let's go ahead and end this poll. One last one, and then we're going to get to writing, y'all. I have over an hour to do it. It's going to be fantastic today. Okay. Slash poll. Let's do this. We have... decide between rabbit with rabbit no kids and bad catchphrases. Boom. Bad catchphrases. Okay, let's... Polls have been started on both streaming platforms. Feel free to go vote on whichever one you like best. After this, we really get started. This is, the fun comes after the choosing of the idea. It's in the riffing on the idea that things really get hot, huh? Two for bad catchphrases already on Twitch. Oh my god. Two for rabbit no kids. One for bad catchphrases. Okay. Okay. I see what's going on here. Two, 1, YouTube, and 2. Okay, so catchphrases is ahead by 1. Looks like we might be doing bad catchphrases all day. We have 4 people in, only 2 votes. So... we're going to ride this out to the end, but only like a minute or 2 left. Sugar, can you relax? Relax. Go hang out. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, be on camera. Yeah, okay. Y'all know that video of the guy on CNN who's trying to remotely call in from his home office, and then the baby busts in and starts walking into the room like this, and the wife comes barreling in and grabs the kid. That's what Sugar reminds me of. Next time, maybe use the one that did not make the cut this time. They're both cool ideas. Oh yeah, you know, we could have like a It looks like, first off, it looks like it's bad catchphrases, and then two, a great idea. We should have like a redemption battle. Next writer's room, we'll be trying to have old ideas redeem themselves. Wow, really bright. Let me knock out some of that sunshine, huh? I don't know, that's a good or bad thing. Okay, all right. Excellent. Y'all, Sugar, I have like an hour and a half left. You're gonna have to chill. You're gonna have to chill. Stay. Okay. So, let's do this. Let's open up our free form. We're gonna be doing bad catchphrases. We need a premise. So I'm gonna scoot this over, and here's the deal. It's about bad catchphrases. Now you may have seen something like this before. It certainly sounds like it's been done before. You know, I'm pretty sure it's already been a shtick. I'm just trying to make my own catchphrase. But what's going to make ours pop is why. Why the bad catchphrases. Now, Mookie had a great point about making them, what was it, AI? An online AI service tries to invent custom catchphrases. I like that because it's seeing it through a modern lens, taking something we've already done before, making it new, familiar, right? And, whoops. An AI service for helping generate catchphrases for people. Okay, we have, that's one. But who is using the AI service and why do they need it? Like, I feel like maybe a teen, like an uncool teen, would be trying to invent a catchphrase so he could be cool at school. Using AI for help. Who else? Who else could be using catchphrases now? We have like a struggling marketing department trying to come up with phrases to sell their odd product. If so, we need to brainstorm like the odd product. You know, this is an improv game called the meeting game. We're having a meeting, everybody come into the meeting room. We need to brainstorm these ideas, right? And it's essentially a way to turn a pitch session into a vehicle for jokes. Like, everybody gets to work in their best jokes because the premise is firing off a bunch of ideas, right? So that's something we could be doing. It's a tried and true sketch format. You've seen it multiple times on multiple different sketch shows, Saturday Night Lives, Mad TVs, etc. Improvs. Okay, let's check the chat. Oh, Mookie says, oh, in true newspaper fashion, While waiting, remember to celebrate the following birthdays tomorrow. Actor Alan Alda is 90. Film director Frank Darabont is 67. Singer Sarah McLachlan is 58. R&B singer Anthony Hamilton is 55. Rapper Rick Ross is 50. Singer Joey Fatone Jr. of NSYNC is 49. Singer Nick Carter of the Backstreet Boys is 46. And actor Elijah Wood is 45. Ooh, I like the idea of someone who has teen with uncool catchphrase, trying to change it. I like that. Or even if we have teen at school, it could just be adult. You know? That could be fun too. It might be sadder for a middle-aged man to be like, I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to get AI to help me change my coworker's perspective on me. Okay. So, if this is the case, let me check YouTube as well. I had a friend who liked Proverbs, but he never used the right one for the moment. NATO 2303, I love it. Thanks for joining, by the way. So, let's talk about not using it the right moment. Maybe could potentially be a pivot, right? We can always let our ideas evolve. Uses the wrong proverb catchphrase at the wrong time. It could be one of those where I have like an AI in my ear, like, I want you to pitch me cool catchphrases excuse me, live in this conversation, so I can develop my own catchphrase. It could be like a mix of your friend who uses the proverbs at the wrong time, getting fed like a bad Cyrano de Bergerac from the AI. That could be something. Bad Cyrano de Bergerac. That could be kind of fun, right? Let's see, NASA or some other agency wants a more modern look. Yeah. Good job. NASA wants a more modern take. An organization trying to get a new member. Yeah. Unpopular organization wants new recruits, needs new catchphrase, right? Excellent. Uh-oh, I'm starting to see some pitches already. This is naturally going to happen. A bird in the hand is worth more than 2 of Kate Bush. Okay, got that. Now, try not to focus too much on the catchphrases themselves until we understand the context of what we're trying to accomplish. Well, that's a great catchphrase, and thanks for, like, I'm sure you had the idea. Fantastic. Give it to me if it pops up, surfaces like that. But remember, like, if we ended up going with NASA wanting a more modern take, would this seem like a bad slogan for NASA that could be reasonably generated by AI or just a person with bad ideas. That's what I was trying to say. Okay. Okay, at 350 we'll stop. I think this is a lot of good premises. I think we're gonna have to pick one and then roll with it and then kind of set it up. Like, is it an office meeting? Do we have a one-on-one kind of relationship going on here where it's teen on teen? That came out badly. You know what I mean, like a teen talking to other schoolmates is what I'm saying. Okay, it's 3:50 my time. Fantastic. Let's roll through these. Let's see what the strongest one is. So we have why the bad catchphrases? Why does the sketch exist? Well, we have an AI service that is helping generate catchphrases for people. Part of me thinks that AI is in addition to. I think one of the reasons that we like sketches is not because of I don't know, we're almost expecting AI to fail or be bad. What makes something funny is whenever you subvert expectations or are able to surprise people, right? Like fear and surprise are the same response mechanism. So we have to surprise people or shock them by subverting their reality so much that the coping mechanism ends up being laughter. The defense mechanism ends up being laughter, the thing that you find funny. Oh my God, I wasn't expecting that. So while I think AI can be a part of it, I think it's like we probably have maybe like one attempt from somebody to use AI to solve the problem, because it's very human to be like, oh well, let's get AI to do it. But I don't want to have I don't want to have a sketch full of just bad prompts or just full of prompting. I want to see humans interacting with each other, a human with a really bad sense of marketing, you know, in the marketing meeting. The boss's son who's never had to struggle, and you create a character being like, isn't it nice when everything's handed to you? Huh? Everybody can relate to that, right? I'm like, no, only people who've had everything handed to them can relate to that. Jason, or whatever the fuck his name is. So I like that. Or maybe a single attempt, but I don't want to have it be all AI. I want to see people. I like that it could be a focus group. I like a focus group. That way we can have a teen, an adult, and I call this a subversion, but it means like the unlikely character, like the hardened war veteran, being like, I know, we can say, ooh, Snickers, milk chocolate, and a nougaty cinder for everyone. And then an adult could be like, oh, Snickers, it isn't break time without a Snickers. And the hardened war veterans is like, you know, whenever Charlie was dragging me through the dirt while I was bleeding out of my abdomen, trying desperately to claw my intestines back into my stomach, I thought, boy, I'll never be able to eat a Snickers again. And the room goes silent, kind of a situation, right? So we'll have like so we can almost set up our bad catchphrases rooted in a really strong character, right? That could be the adult with the uncool catchphrase. A marketing department is basically like working for the big company. The bad Cyrano de Bergerac, even though it is my idea, I don't think it's very strong. And you got to be able to do that sometimes. Going back to the first idea of like the AI service, I don't want to do a sketch that's just full of bad AI. I want to find the humor in humanity. I can relate to other human beings. I can't relate to an all-knowing database that's an advanced language learning model. I know it's topical, but I don't want it to be the center of the focus. I just don't think it will end up being that funny, and it seems like we have a pretty comical premise here. Then we have an unpopular organization. Yeah, I think that's the premise. So we have, so what we need to do is pitch me some unpopular organizations that need new recruits, writers. Start knocking around that brain, looking for like, what's an unlikely organization that needs new recruits? We're not doing ICE. I'm not doing anything like that. I know it's really topical, but it's too brutal and too real right now, and we're not going to do that. Just for anybody who had that inclination. But, you know, like the, I don't know, like infectious diseases society, you know, like what's the worst possible person that needs to draw in more recruits? Who's unpopular right now? Oh, the computer is an AI. I see. That's a great solve. An AI bot is also part of the focus group. It's just a laptop sitting there. Come on, writers, give me some ideas. Unpopular groups that need help drawing in new clientele, upping their sales, need new recruits, need a brand makeover. Could be, you know, a cleaning product. Could be Zillow. I'm looking at apartments like around me right now. Could be a camera company. Guys, we gotta get people interested in film again. 1 hour photos. Who needs it? And then I'm gonna call this the bad catchphrases. Digital writers room. Got a final draft whenever we're ready. Come on, y'all. I know you're there. I know you're there. I know you're there. CDC, FEMA, Polaroid, a bad astrologer. Yes, that's exactly what I need. No bad ideas. Here we go. Let's do another one. Boom. CDC, FEMA, Polaroid, a bad astrologer. Fantastic. Something I haven't heard of in a while, the Clark Bar. RC Cola, Hawaiian Punch, Delaware Punch. Just trying to think of brands I haven't heard of in a long time. G.I. Joe. I guess G.I. Joe's still kind of popular. They made those movies. Rogaine. Great. Viagra. Fantastic. You have a 2-liter of RC Cola in the work refrigerator? How does it have an expiration date? You might want to check it. I had no idea people made RC Cola still. How's the YouTube happening, huh? Pitching over there? Whoops. Oh, I see. Let's go ahead and put that over here. All right. We did that till 4. We did that till 4. Okay. Let's see. Out of the funniest, the Center for Disease Control, the FEMA, Polaroid, Bad Astrologer, Clark Bar, RC Cola, Hawaiian Punch, Delaware Punch, Rogaine, Viagra. Let me just do one quick. Here's what I would say. Like, is there anything? This might be a good use of AI. Companies. Today that are trying to rebrand themselves after a scandal. Let's see. Let's just see if there's anything out there that, I mean, that I'm missing. I don't read a lot of like consumer reports. So all I did was, I'm going to use AI to search a bunch of articles real fast. I think that's what it's good for. Just for quick suggestions, it being searching for companies rebranding after scandals. Companies today that are trying to rebrand themselves after a scandal. Something topical, up to date, maybe that we can do that has a little bit of relevance, perhaps? Perhaps. Still needs to be like in the zeitgeist, otherwise it won't make a lot of sense. But almost like how those Air Max 757 Air Maxes were malfunctioning and crashing, like, and then we needed to, and then Boeing probably needed a rebrand, right? Something like that today. Come on, yo. Give it to me, give it to me, give it to me, give it to me, give it to me. Let's see. Multiplan, rebrand while facing alleged price fixing, antitrust lawsuit. Movement Labs, Avant Gardner, Brooklyn Mirage Operator. Something that's a household. We'll see. Has anybody else come up with anything? Well, oh, a relaunch. I like it. I like it. The Ford Pinto, Blockbuster Video, Movie Pass. Okay, okay. Something making a comeback. I like it. Blockbuster, Ford Pinto, Movie Pass. That's good. It'd be interesting to like try and have Blockbuster make a comeback. It is a household name. Cracker Barrel, HBO Max, Anheuser-Busch. Cracker Barrel rolled out a new logo and a brand refresh to modernize and attract younger customers, but got a major backlash from loyal customers and even political figures. And then HBO Max and Max by streaming brand has been shifting names and branding over the past couple of years. Not a full corporate rebrand yet, but Anheuser-Busch and Bud Light have this massive reputational fallout from a 2023 Bud Light boycott after a controversial campaign that led to steep sales declines. Okay. The only one that's kind of funny is Cracker Barrel. Just because it's so insignificant. It's amazing how many people decide to care about a Cracker Barrel. You know, like that, there's something funny about that inherently. Okay, so we have these here. Let's see. I'm not going to do CDC. I'm not going to do FEMA. Polaroid is good. Bad Astrologer, too personal. Clark Bar, still might be too old. RC Cola, I still like the fact that you even stood up for it. Makes me like it. Hawaiian Punch, Delaware Punch. I just don't think people even... It's not too fun. Rogaine already has a pretty massive marketing, and Viagra, you know. I like the idea of like a Blockbuster comeback. I like the idea of an outdated car. Movie Pass, I don't know. I think it's between these here. A Cracker Barrel, a Polaroid, RC Cola, Blockbuster, Ford Pinto. Okay. Let's try and get the choice made for us. So I'm going to scoot this over. Scoot this down. Let's put people in our focus group. And then based on the kind of people we have, we'll know what jokes we can make, you know, and who's like the worst person to try and rebrand a Cracker Barrel, right? So we'll know based on like the people. So we have a teenager. Let's say Gen Z, or is Gen Z even teenagers now? Is it Gen Alpha? Gen Alpha. Chronically online. No personality. I don't want to say no personality, but like care to have an opinion without reading the comment section first. Right, and then we have our adult. Jesus, why is everything always center justified? Struggling to make friends. Thought a focus group might be a good way to meet people. Very shy and awkward. Then we have an older generation, like, so they're doing this by age, right? So who's our maybe our veteran? Say war-torn, war-hardened, seemingly, but maybe he's never been to war. Just that is really gruff. Chain smoking. Not necessarily. I don't like smoking. Pessimistic, dark. Gets too real, too fast. AI voice on a laptop. And then even the AI voice needs to have a premise. Like what does the AI voice serve, right? It's not just bad catchphrases. It's just like so close to almost sounding human. Sounds nice, but when you think about it, makes no sense. Right? Six, seven meme. Okay. Perfect. Although I do think 6-7 is chopped now. Not gonna worry about that aspect, I don't think. We haven't even picked the company, you know? I just want to try to I just wanted to try and see if the characters can inform the plot a little bit. Like if you have a man with no hands, put him in a room full of doorknobs, right? Like how do we kind of pick the worst focus group for this possible? But if we go ahead and create our characters, maybe it'll kind of help us hone in on our focus group. Like I don't know that a Gen Alpha or an RC Cola, I don't know that a Gen Alpha would respond or be able to work well with an RC Cola company or a Blockbuster reboot or the Cracker Barrel. The veteran could probably know about the Cracker Barrel, like his catchphrase could be like now it's branding, right? Like a tagline. Now it's like need a mediocre country fried steak after your divorce. Cracker Barrel. That's where I went after my divorce. Vicky, she took everything from me. You know, oh my God, what's going on here? Then we have the adult. You're like, I think I vaguely remember Cracker Barrel. They have all the rocking chairs, so maybe it's just like rocking and rolling in Cracker Barrel, right, guys? Right? And AI could just, and then AI can get what Cracker Barrel is wrong. Cracker Barrel, ? More like a saltine container from the Old West. That's not exactly what Cracker Barrel is as a brand. Maybe you should try again, AI. Right, I can kind of see those happening, those games happening. Let's see. Okay, so it is 4:15. It's time to start writing this thing. You have been divorced 6 times. Rock your cares and hunger away. Yeah. I like that one. Hold on. Let me put that in. Okay, so now we have... Look, let's go with Cracker Barrel. It's legitimately the one that's been in the most shit as of late. Whoops, Cracker Barrel. Okay, so this is Cracker Barrel. We just need to make a decision, guys. This isn't like going live to air or anything. We have a few ideas now. Now that we know who's going to be saying what, we can start pitching our bad catchphrases. Right? We know the setup. We know everybody's attempt. We have to come up with some bad catchphrases a teenager might say, an adult struggling to make friends might say, a veteran war-hardened, at least seemingly, or at least several times divorced might say, and an AI voice on a laptop might say. Okay, so now's the time. Start pitching bad catchphrases within this context. So we have a bird in the hand is worth more than 2 of Kate Bush. It's kind of like that would belong to bad AI. We have divorced 6 times. Rock your cares away at Cracker Barrel. Right? And that would be the veteran guy. Whoops. I meant to grab this one. Okay. You can keep those pitches coming. I'm going to go ahead. Oh, yeah. We get you. Now open from 6 to 7. p.m. only. Something like that. What is the original? What is Cracker Barrel's slogan? And then what is Cracker Barrel known for? And so we'll set up the skit, the scene, the sketch with a premise. Hi, everybody. Welcome to the focus group. My name is Deirdre. I'm going to be guiding you through a series of questions today about what Cracker Barrel is. Cracker Barrel is known for its Southern style comfort food, all-day breakfast, and a unique and nostalgic old country store experience. And yes, it's the one with the wooden rockers. And then its current slogan is pleasing people. Pleasing people. But we're looking to capture a new demographic and wanted to get a wide range of opinions. What would draw you into Cracker Barrel, right? And then we kind of launch into all of the premises that we have. With that being said, I should just go ahead and write that instead of telling you. So let me pull up my final draft. Final draft, bad catchphrases. Okay, so we have the center of the screen here, our final draft. Okay, it's going to be a little wonky, I know. It's at this point where we have a lot of screens in play. So, with that being said, let me go ahead and write that beginning here. We have interior, boardroom, conference room, birthday. Deirdre. Heads up a table of focus group members. Poster for Cracker Barrel. It's on an easel beside her. Deirdre. Is it E? I don't know how to spell Deirdre, as it turns out. Deirdre. Hey y'all. My name is Deirdre, and I've invited you all here today to talk about Cracker Barrel. Whoops. Just one L, of course. Cracker Barrel is known for its southern style comfort food, all day breakfast, the unique old country store experience. And yes, it's the one with the rocket chairs. Now, Cracker Barrel is currently looking to rebrand and their current slogan, pleasing people, to something that would catch the eye of a new generation of Cracker Barrel goers. Now, there are no wrong answers. I'd just like to get a feel for what you're thinking. Okay, so now we can start introducing our characters. We have four people sit around the table. We have our premise. We now know what Cracker Barrel is. We know what their original catchphrase is. We know what they're trying to do. They're trying to pivot. Okay, let me check the chat. 30 minutes. Let me see. Or Northern Refined. Let me see. Oh, I just allowed it because it was you, Mookie. I didn't even read it, honestly. I know you wouldn't be malicious on purpose. Oh, yeah, I see what you're talking about. I think I see. Got it. Okay. Okay. Let's So, but here's what I'm gonna do in the comedy, in the sense of comedy. It needs to kind of ramp up, go down, ramp up, go down, ramp up, button, right? Like there's a musicality to it. So like our least funny needs to go first. Is that the teenager? Is that the awkward adult? Is that the veteran? It needs to kind of go in an order, right? And then we'll repeat the order. It needs to feel familiar yet surprising, familiar yet surprising. So the familiarity can be in the order in which these characters deliver the jokes. The surprising will be the punchlines, the jokes themselves. So let's do this. A teenager, let's call it Julian, raises their hand. Julian, yeah, I got one, I think. Like, can be like Cracker Barrel. Now open from 6 to 7. Makes 6, 7. Arm gesture. Oh, wait. Put that there. Okay. Not our actual hours, but there are bad ideas. A young adult woman raises her hand. Scholar Betty. Hi, Betty. Nice to meet you all. Anyone just wanted to say, so happy to be a part of this group. And if any of you want to hang out after this, first round's on me. Get a deed or something. That's nice. But do you have a slogan idea? Oh, right. Yes. And then what does Betty pitch? Let's see. Teenager, veteran, who goes sharp the other way. Aye. I feel like AI needs to... Mook, I'm gonna push back. I feel like AI is either got to be the beginning or the end. And I think just because it's not the only person at the table, I'd like to see it be the ender. Kind of, it could very easily deflate, or I don't know. But there's something to AI being the only non-human in the room that makes it like a starter or a finisher inherently. So how about this? I mean, Gen Alpha, Julian, a young adult. That'd be a boomer, maybe? Like what? Let's do it by generation. What are the generations? Okay. I get a millennial, Betty, or baby boomer, Vaughn. I don't know why, it just came to me. And our AI personality. It's a good AI personality. We have Claude, but maybe like Jean-Claude. Claude or Claudette. Or it's a good name for an AI software, a fictional AI software. Writers, pitch me something. Yeah, exactly. Mook, I'm responding to you whenever I say exactly. I like the hi Betty. Let's see. Is it because I'm pauses or response gets none? I'll turn it into an action line. Betty pauses. Waiting for a greeting. Never gets one. Soldiers on. Okay. Okay, so we have you folded in your idea, Mook. What we need now, and we're gonna muscle through this. Remember, we muscle through the draft, and then we go back, and then we punch up, right? So we can always think of better, newer, more interesting things to make the scene sing. But let's get to the end of it, so we're writing relevant punch-ups when it comes time to punch up. So, what were we looking for? Betty. Betty is let's look at our character sheet on our freeform. Betty is struggling to make friends. Thought a focus group might be a good way to meet people. She's very shy and awkward. And what would a shy, awkward person do? Yes, you often find yourself eating alone and crying. Our napkins are very absorbent. Cracker Barrel. And then we have a long, awkward pause. Fawn, a war-hardened veteran of the group. Who has never seen a day of combat in his life. Chimes in. Smoking. I keep having him smoke, but I don't know why. Vaughn. We had that we had the pitch. Divorced 6 times. Cares away at Cracker Barrel. Oh, that's so specific. Very close. And then we have the what's the AI's name? I'll call him AI bot from now on. AI bot? Let's find the definition. Cracker. The definition of barrel. Saltines. Cracker Barrel is for you. No, AI bot. That's just the definition of a cracker and a barrel, right? And then we go back to the kid. Let's go back to Gen Alpha. So we can't repeat, a 6-7 thing, but we can talk about Gen Alpha terms, slang. Heavily influenced by TikTok and gaming, featuring absurd fast-paced terms like skibbity, riz, yacht, sigma, phantom tax. Mewing. Ohio used to some aura, persons, five, presence, delulu, short for delusional, cap, no cap, a lie, no lie. 8, having done something exceptionally well. A lot of food here, right? So we have, what's that kid's name? Julian. How can we do 8? Let's put the fries in the bag, bro. is a dismissive phrase. Used to tell someone to stop talking and do their job. And then we have, what else? Anything else that sounds like food that we can kind of misconstrue? Sus, cap, no cap, bruh, salty. Salty. Bad mood. Okay, let's check. Let's see. AI assistant. We call Dan, named after founder Dan Evans. Dan Evans? Evans? Dan Evans. Oh, Dan Evans founded Cracker Barrel? Okay. AI bot Dan, just to remind people. Would you like a cylindrical container full of saltines? Cracker Barrel is for you. No. AI, no. AI bot, Dan. That's just the definition of a cracker and a barrel. Okay, Julian. Oh, I got something. If you just ate, don't be salty. Just put fries in the bag, bro. Cracker Barrel. Sounds like it should make sense, but doesn't. What doesn't? Betty. All right, we know what games Betty's gonna play. You want to pitch me another Betty line? It's going back and forth between. I don't know. You could. Dealer's choice, Mook. We don't have no rules right now. I mean, we have guidelines. We know what we're trying to accomplish, but they could talk to one another. Why not? Veteran. At some point, I thought you were going to... Oh, but in reverse. The veteran says, where's the food? Oh, that's clever. No. You said at some point you were going to feed us. That's after the focus group ends. Right? Deirdre could say, Betty. So something. Now we have Vaughn. We'll just go ahead and skip to his. We still need to get something from Betty. Where's the food? Deirdre. That's clever. Maybe we could. That's clever. No, it's not a catchphrase. You said you'd feed us. I'm genuinely asking, where's the food? You know what? I think this could be Betty's. I'll tell you why. Because she just said maybe, does anybody want to go grab a bite to eat after this? What if she's lonely because, what if she really wants friends because she lost her wallet and doesn't know how she's going to, like, get her next meal, right? It could be a thorough line about, like, let's grab something to eat. Let's just stop at a kiosk and get a quick pretzel or something, you know? I just wanted to say I'm so happy to be a part of this group, and if any of you want to hang out after this or whatever, I'd love to get a bite to eat or something, right? So now we can kind of have a double game with Betty here. On. Life is a series of letdowns. Just have to survive. Check out our general store, Cracker Barrel. Maybe try and keep it more positive. Okay. AI Dan. Yeah, I bought something. Algorithmically speaking, the top indicators of successful marketing campaigns include adorable animals, sex, and celebrities. Therefore, my slogan, my suggested slogan is rage baiting and celebrities. Dogs. Something like that. Oh, my goodness. Let's read what we have here. Interior conference room day. Deirdre heads up a table of focus group members. A poster for Cracker Barrel is on an easel beside her. Hey y'all, my name is Deirdre, and I've invited you all here today to talk about Cracker Barrel. Cracker Barrel is known for its Southern-style comfort food, all-day breakfast, and that old country store experience. And yes, it's the one with the rocking chairs. The focus group mumbles and look at one another. Now, Cracker Barrel is currently looking to rebrand and change up their current slogan, pleasing people, to something that would catch the eye of a new generation of Cracker Barrel goers. Now, there are no wrong answers. I'd just like to get a feel for what you're thinking. We've got a Gen Alpha, Julian, a Millennial, Betty, our baby boomer, Vaughn, and our AI personality, Dan, named after the founder of Cracker Barrel. Teenager Julian raises their hand. Yeah, I got one, I think. Like, it can be like Cracker Barrel, now open from 6 to 7. No one else in the room gets it. Okay, well, it's not our actual hours, but there are no bad ideas. A young adult woman, Betty, raises her hand. She's shy and awkward. Hi, I'm Betty. Nice to meet you all. Betty pauses, waiting for a greeting. Never gets one. Soldiers on. I just wanted to say I'm so happy to be a part of this group, and if any of you want to hang out after this, I'd love to get a bite to eat or something. Deirdre, that's nice, but do you have a slogan idea? Oh, right, yes. If you often find yourself eating alone and crying, our napkins are very absorbent. Cracker Barrel. A long, awkward pause. Vaughn, the war-hardened veteran of the group, who has never seen a day of combat in his life, chimes in. Divorced 6 times, rock your cares away at Cracker Barrel. Wow, that's so specific. Very close. AI bot Dan, a robotic voice, projects from a laptop on the table. Would you like a cylindrical container full of saltines? Cracker Barrel is for you. No, that's just the definition of a cracker and a barrel. Ooh, I got something. If you just ate, don't be salty. Just put the fries in the bag, bro. Cracker Barrel. See, it sounds like it should make sense, but doesn't. Where's the food? Well, that's clever. No, that's not my catchphrase. You said you'd feed us. I'm genuinely asking. Where's the food? We'll have Deirdre answer her. It's coming after the focus group is over. Something like that. Let's see. Vaughn raises his hand. Life is a series of letdowns you just have to survive. Check out our general store, Cracker Barrel. Maybe try and keep it more positive. Okay. If you've survived this long, might as well try Cracker Barrel. Okay, how about you, AI Dan? Algorithmically speaking, the top indicators of successful marketing campaigns include adorable animals, sex, rage baiting, and celebrities. Therefore, my suggested slogan is, you won't believe how many dogs Jennifer Lawrence has had sex with. Someone close that laptop. Vaughn throws the laptop out the window. Just closing it would have been fine. Is where we're at. It is 4:54 p.m. Weird way, but we have to do things in a rule of 3, so I'm going to leave a little note for us. Need a third run with a button and character arcs closed. That's what we owe next time. So, thanks for hanging out. It was a pretty fun one, and will continue to be fun. I think we'll stick with this one. Next writing session, right? So we can do a bunch of punch-ups. We can come with a bunch of bad slogans for Cracker Barrel. We can just check the chat, make sure everybody's got their ideas in, refresh everything. Everybody's cool. Everybody's cool. All right. Wonderful. Wonderful. Thanks everybody for hanging out today. We're gonna find somebody to raid today. Let's see who is online right now. We have Oh, wait a minute. Let's see. We have somebody who's trying to hit what? Road to 1K, 18 plus. Oh, okay. Check it out, y'all. I know it's not a big raid, but our friend Squeaka is trying to get to her 1,000th follower. She's on 981, which is a pretty amazing accomplishment. So we're gonna raid her, and we're gonna raid Squeaka. And if anybody hasn't followed her yet, she's an amazing cozy gamer, and any follow helps, especially on the road to 1K. So let's go ahead and raid Squeaka. Thanks everybody for tuning in today. I had a lot of fun chatting with everybody, getting to see everybody's imagination at work, creativity at work. Always amazes me that anybody shows up to these things. I'm so glad to have you here. Even if it's just in passing, I know we all have very busy lives, especially, hey, middle of the day on a Tuesday, right? But thank you so much, and I appreciate you, and let's show Squeaka some love. And remember, if you show up and you haven't followed Squeaka, do it. A perfect person to get to 1,000 views, right? So here we go. Let's raid Squeaka. All right, and we will be saying hello to her in 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's raid. Goodbye, everybody. I'll see you next Tuesday.